Seems to be on. Yeah, let me put it here then. Okay, it's good now? All right. Okay, so originally from Colombia, live in Miami, graduated from University of Florida. Any Gators around? No Gators? Todd, you're the only Gator here? And Vanessa, but she's not here today. And I'm finishing actually a master's at Georgia Tech in data science and AI. So almost done. I'm gonna be very happy once I'm done with that because I've spent so much time on that. But anyway, and some of my hobbies, I like to play tennis, I like to travel, I love good beer, IPAs, big fan of IPAs. Hopefully we can get some good beers after the training today. And of course, technology, I love technology. Azure, I've been working on Azure for the last 2 years. Before that, if you look at some of my certifications, I actually started my journey in the cloud with AWS, and then switch over to Azure and working for Microsoft now. So some of the companies that I've either worked for, I used to work for GE for a couple of years in different states in the country, and then these are all different customers that I currently work with in a more of a consulting role and helping them, like I said, on building their solutions in the cloud. So that's a little bit about me. Dario, you wanna? Yeah. Yeah. Put it here. Oh, maybe you can put it on the.
Here, right?
Yeah.
Can you hear me there? Or yeah? Can you hear me? Okay.
Loud and clear.
Yeah, perfect. Uh, my name is Dario Spilkin. I'm a senior, a technology strategist at Microsoft. So what technology strategist, actually a partner technology strategist. So what I do is I work with partners, Microsoft partners, and help them bring their solutions to the cloud, right? So maybe they have solutions that are in AWS, GCP, or on-premise, and they want to partner with us so we can help them sell their solutions through our marketplace. So they come through us. I'm in an organization that is called One Commercial Partner. So we help them through the partnership with Microsoft, and also in my role, I plan the strategy to bring them to our cloud, right? And I work with CSAs, with cloud solution architects. So basically, we coordinate and bring people in to actually accomplish that migration. I've been at Microsoft for 11 years. I'm originally from Argentina, Buenos Aires. I live in Weston, and I love to play tennis. I play tennis a lot. I've been playing tennis since I'm like 6 years old, and I love to cook and do barbecues.
Of course you do.
Yeah. And those are my kids and my wife. Yeah. Before I,
What
yeah, before I just started in this role like 3-4 months ago. Before that, I was a customer engineer and worked with like hundreds of customers. These are some of the customers I have more relation with. So I was dedicated for Morgan Stanley for 7 years, dedicated to Carnival, PwC. These are the ones that I've been dedicated, so which means that they buy our hours in advance for the year, right? In that role, I was basically helping them with .NET, debugging, troubleshooting, and performance. Yeah, so that's me.
Cool. Thank you, Dario. So the first morning, the first part of the morning, I'll be doing the training, and then in the afternoon, Dario will come and do some of the sessions. All right. So that's about us. Let's go around the room, get to know you a little bit. I think I talked to Adrian a little bit, and some people, but it'd be great if you can tell us your name, experience with cloud services. It could be Azure, AWS, GCP, or any, I don't know, IBM Cloud, Oracle, whatever if you have any experience with any of those services, and then what do you expect from the workshop? So you want to start here? You're in the perfect spot. You're in the right place. All right. Assad, right?
Yep.
Okay, nice to meet you, Assad.
My name is Leonid, and I'm a software developer too, mostly web development. No experience with cloud.
Okay, perfect.
My name is Alex. I work at a Microsoft CSP in customer success management. We have a lot of enterprise customers, and I'm here, to learn what I need to pass the certification.
Excellent. Nice to meet you, Alex.
My name is Andrew. I'm a senior dev over at myphoto.com, and I do have some experience with Google Cloud.
Okay,
I'm willing to learn.
awesome.
My name's Howard, and I'm a HR executive.
Okay,
And I have absolutely no experience with cloud, but I'm extremely curious.
perfect.
My name is Becky, and nobody's going to use this class. I mean, it's like Google and cloud.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm here to learn as well.
Awesome.
Very curious.
My name is Adrian. I'm a software developer. I have some experience with AWS and Firestore, or private cloud, Google Cloud, but I'm definitely very interested in Azure.
Cool.
Um,
Does everybody know you Todd or not?
Yeah, so I'm Todd. I'm a lead. I'm one of the lead instructors here at Boca Code, and I'm also the founder. Also, we have on chat right now. We have Idrissa Kayam, and we have Paul Senior as well. So there's a couple people have introduced themselves over the chat.
Perfect. Great to meet you guys. All right. So yeah, this training is all about intro to cloud, intro to Azure. So if you have no experience with cloud, you're in the right place because we're gonna start from scratch on what that is. Okay. So a little bit of the agenda today. We should have started about 9, but that's fine. So we're going through intros from 9:30 to around 10:30. We're gonna talk about cloud and Azure fundamentals. Then we'll talk about the core services within Azure, which is the name of our cloud, Microsoft Cloud. We'll take lunch from 12 to 1. Then we'll talk about core solutions. Dario's going to be doing that part of the presentation. And then we'll do some governance, security, and management in the cloud. I'll finish with cost management and the certifications, give you some tips on certifications and how to continue learning more about the cloud. And we're probably going to be out of here around 4:30 so we can go get some beers somewhere. All right? We'll try to make it 4:30, give you the vouchers, and be on our way. And in terms of goals for the day, so 3 goals. Again, introduce you to cloud concepts. That's what this course is about in Azure. We're going to do some labs. So make sure you have your laptops. I know you didn't bring it, Alex, but that's fine. You have some experience. But the idea is to do some hands-on experience, get a better understanding of how Azure works. Then we want to prepare you for the AC900 certification. So usually we do this course in 2 days. So we're not gonna be able to do every single lab, but I'll give you guys at the end. We're gonna send you the list of all the different labs and some resources that you can take, where you can continue learning and then take the certification. We'll give you guys the vouchers and you can take it for free. And of course, let's have fun. It's Friday, Let's relax, let's listen to music and enjoy the day. All right. Well, let's kick this off with. Where is it?
Well, while on this is in the middle of switching,
Mhm.
you guys go to vocacode-signin.web.app. You could go on your mobile phone or whatever and just sign in. We're gonna give away at the end of the day free T-shirt.
Perfect. Morning. How are you? All right, so let's start with module 1. It's all about cloud concepts. Like you said, we're gonna start from scratch. So, any idea what the cloud is? Who wants to give it a shot? What is the cloud? When you guys hear the word cloud, I know it's a buzzword now. We hear that all the time, but what do you guys think it is? Okay, yeah, you can store your databases, things like that. And okay. It's somewhere else. Yeah. It's the cloud. Any what else do you guys think the cloud is?
Take a shot. Because in the network, there's databases all over the place that ensures you get your data quick.
All right. So I think you guys all have kind of an idea of what the cloud is, and the reality is, so it's basically is it delivering cloud computing is a delivery of computing services over the internet, right? And it could be compute services, networking services. You mentioned networking, storage, such as databases or object storage, depending on what you want to store. And then of course we live in a world where everything is about analytics and all the data that we bring in. We want to make sure that we get the most out of that data through analytics. So cloud computing is the delivery of computing services over the internet. Now there is different types of clouds. So there is the concept of a private cloud, and I mean this is kind of a buzzword, but the reality is this is your traditional data center you have on premises. Companies, before the public cloud existed, which we're going to talk about what that is. Yeah, they had to host their own servers and their systems somewhere. So they usually lease a space from a data center somewhere. They get their servers, and that's pretty much what the private cloud is. They have to manage those servers. They have to manage the networking. They have to take care of all of those components so they can run their business, right? So that's what the private cloud is. Now, usually when we talk about the cloud, we refer to the public cloud. So when we talk about the cloud in today, most people refer to the public cloud. And in this case, this is a data center owned by somebody else. Okay, so providers such as Microsoft or AWS, if you guys are familiar with Amazon or Google Cloud, they are public cloud providers. Okay, so we have data centers all around the world, and then we give you guys access to our data center so you can put your systems, your applications, store data into our data centers, and then we deliver those services over the internet. So you guys can connect to our data centers and leverage those services there. Okay? So that is the difference between the public cloud. Again, it's data center owned by somebody else, and then the private cloud is you own the data center, you manage everything. And then there is a concept of a hybrid cloud. So the hybrid cloud combines public and private clouds. This is what, from a Microsoft perspective, this is where we think, this is the world that we think we're going to be living in. Not everything is going to go to the public cloud. There is some things that may stay within the private cloud. A good example is IoT. We're just talking about it. You're still going to have devices that are going to be connected, in your data center or in your systems internally in your company. Before joining Microsoft, I used to work for GE, and I was an IoT architect at GE. And what we did was we have power plants all around the world, and we sell turbines to power plants all around the world. FPL, Duke Energy in the Midwest, and these power plants have thousands of sensors that collect data, and we take all this data and we send all that data to our cloud. In that case, it was to AWS. So we sent all this data to AWS, and then we can process that data and then predict when that turbine might fail. If something is not acting correctly, we can notify the customer before it becomes a catastrophic failure. So in those cases, you still have components, the sensors and the systems that are on-prem collecting this data, and then send the data to the public cloud, where we have the scalability to have all these millions of data points that we can collect and then process and run analytics. So that's the concept of the hybrid cloud. Is there's going to be components in both sides, in the private cloud and the public cloud. So again, comparison between private and public cloud, we talked about this. What's the main benefit, a good analogy that I like to use when talking about the public cloud and why you want to use it is, if you think about electricity, for example, when you're building a new company, you don't think about, oh, I'm going to build a power plant behind my building so I can provide electricity for this building, right? You go to a third party, FPL, and buy services from them, because they know how to run that business, they know how to run power plants, you don't, right? Most of the companies that we were showing earlier in that slide, Carnival, sorry, I know you're over there now. So, you work with Carnival, Spirit Airlines. They're not in the business of managing data centers. That is not their business. Carnival, they just want to make sure people are drinking margaritas in their ships, and they need to improve. They need to figure out how can they that's their business. They need to be how can they bring more people into their ships. The Spirit Airlines, they need to make sure that their planes are on time. That's what they need to worry about. That's where they make money. Managing data centers is not their expertise, and that's not what they want to be. That's not the business they want to be in. So that's when they come to a public cloud provider, because we know how to do that really well. That is our business. That is what we do. And that's where the benefit of the public cloud comes, is because since we do not know how to do it really well, we keep it, we know how to do redundancy, we know how to keep the building secure, that your data is going to be secure. Those type of things is the benefits of the public cloud. So let's talk about the benefits of the cloud. And now, anytime I talk about the cloud now, I'm going to be referring to the public cloud. Unless I say something different, if I say cloud, I'm talking about the public cloud. So what do you guys think are some benefits of the public cloud?
Security.
Security, yep.
Take the causal management of the cloud out of your hands.
The management, yep. You take some of the management out of your hands, that's correct.
Elasticity.
Elasticity,
High availability.
Cost.
that's correct. You pay for consumption, right? Now in the cloud, you don't have to buy 10 servers to host your app. You can start with one VM, and then you can start scaling from there, or do other type of things. So all of those are in this list right here. So you mentioned security, elasticity might be somewhere else on this list. The scalability, there you go. Pay per use. So all those are benefits of the public cloud. Automation is a big one, and there's a lot of projects that we work on automation. If you think about it, before the public cloud existed, and you needed, as a company, you needed to host a new application, you had to go and buy servers from HP or Dell. It maybe took, a couple of weeks for those servers to be shipped, and then you need to install those servers in your data center, get the software installed, all the middleware that you needed, then deploy your application. So it could take months before that application was live, right? Now with the cloud, you can pretty much automate all of those steps into a single script, send it to Azure, and then all of that gets deployed in a matter of minutes. So in 30 minutes, 40 minutes, you can get everything up and running in the cloud, So that is one of the big benefits of the cloud, and that agility is what makes the startup companies, they can move so fast nowadays. Is what is it called? Forgot the term for that. Barriers of entry into many markets is a lot lower for these startup companies.
Andres, what do you mean by build or pay?
So that's pretty much, you can, so since the cloud, you pay per use, companies experiment a lot. So you can experiment something, try it didn't work, just, test and learn, remove it, and you stop paying for that. Before, if you had to buy 20 servers, you're stuck with 20 servers after that. It's a big expense, and now you're stuck with that. Now you can try and try different things and experiment a lot more easier. Yep. And actually, that's a good segue for this, because one of the reasons for the cloud as well is that if you guys are into finance, I think, Adrian, you were something around finance or not? Or somebody else mentioned? Oh no, I was with you, Todd, we were talking about finance earlier today.
Yeah.
So there is, with the public cloud, you go from capital expenditure to operational expenditure. This actually might be a question in the AC 900. I don't know if it comes or not.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it might be a question in that test.
I had a question there around, would a salary be capital expenditure or operational? Right. So the salary, what is it?
You asking me or you asking them?
No,
Right.
I'm saying, no, I'm not asking you. I'm saying that was the question just
Yeah.
now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So and then there's a calculator that we have that is it's called the TCO. I don't know if you're covering that later.
I think later might come up. Yeah.
Okay, so that's the total cost of ownership, and then you can get the difference between what it would be to run some workloads on premise in the cloud, and that takes in
Right.
That's a very interesting exercise to do.
Yep.
Is on-prem ever less expensive? Like, I feel like the cloud is always,
No, no, no. Usually, I mean, I'm on a. So the question is if on-premise is cheaper than the cloud?
yeah, yeah.
So, not really. I work with many companies and
Does it
big
end up
banks.
being similar, or?
So what I notice, and I don't know exactly the exact dollar amount, right? But companies, at least the ones I work with, tend to go to the cloud uh, because they save from multiple places, right? It's not just a server, but also it gives a lot of the ability for them to scale and be more agile, right? And the agility comes really is really important there, right? So for example, uh, you got a solution and suddenly it has like high load and they don't have any servers to put it, right? To add, right? And that happens on large companies. So you go and for example, hey, we have like 100% CPU. Can you add more CPUs? And to get those CPUs, it may take a month, right? And we're talking about like a stock, like a stock transfer system, right?
Plus you need that,
They
yeah, you
did
need
it
the
right
per-
away, right? So that's one. Then, for example, disaster recovery, high availability, and all that. That's really
yeah.
expensive, right? So, for example, I work with a partner now. They have a site that costs $1 million a year just for disaster recovery. They never use it, but they need to have it, right? So all those things, when you take all those things in account, the cloud usually ends up being cheap, right?
But that TCO calculator that you mentioned is a good tool to test that out. You know, if a company is thinking about moving the cloud, then it's gonna give you a good comparison. This is how much you're spending today, and this is how much you would spend in the cloud, and you can then make a decision from there. Because it's not only about the cost, right?
Don't forget your mic's off, so they can't hear you online.
It's not only about the cost. There is other things that come into play, but yeah. And so the big difference between, you know, before the cloud, capital expenditure, you gotta buy these servers, it's a capital expense, you know, and then you gotta amortize or depreciate these servers over their lifetime, maybe 3 to 5 years. Now with operational expense, then in the cloud, you just pay as you use it. So if you need a server, you buy, you know, you get the server for however you need it. If you have a promotion going on in your company and you're gonna need this application for a month, you buy the server first day, you know, pay for those 30 days and then turn it off at the end of the month and then you stop paying. That's pretty much how it works. And so, I mean, what we're just talking about, it's a consumption-based model. That's how it works. You don't have to pay upfront. You pretty much pay as you use. So this is a good example here on before in the on-prem world. If you had this, let's say you have, you know, the whole year, your server demand is, you know, very stable, but then Black Friday comes and it goes over the roof because everybody's going to your site to buy stuff, right? Then you had to provision all this number of servers here for the year just because of this event that happened once a year, right? Now in the cloud world, you can, you know, match that demand very closely. And if you know you're gonna need that many servers in Black Friday, then you plan for that, and then you add them only for that day or that weekend, and then shut them off at the end. Very quickly.
You still have OpEx expenses with the private cloud anyway. You still have your cost. You got to man it. You got to
Yeah.
share it. You
Right.
Right.
Yeah. Correct.
You got to feed it. You can't just
Yeah.
buy it.
No. Yeah. You gotta maintain that. You gotta maintain that.
So your cost is there's a lot of other costs attached as well. Okay.
You always give me the perfect segues for the next slide. Because let's talk about the different cloud service models.
I'm on the business side.
There you go. Because in the traditional, so there is different service models in the cloud. So in traditional, like in world, as a customer, you gotta take care of all those layers right there. You gotta talk about networking and maintain that network and your storage and the servers, and you're gonna patch those servers. You gotta have people patching servers, and that's gonna be your operational cost right there. You know, you have the virtualization layer, the operating system, all the way up to your data, and you are responsible for all those layers. Okay. This is key for the exam as well, knowing these models here. This is key for the AC900 exam. So you are responsible for all those layers. But then when you move to the cloud, one of the first models that you encounter is what we call infrastructure as a service, IaaS, okay? And again, you see the different providers in that space. And then what we would manage is all the way from the networking up to the virtualization layer of the operating system. So you don't have to worry about the networking in our data centers. We do that. You know, the storage, the servers, we buy the servers. You know, we provision those servers. You don't have to worry about anything like that. We do the virtualization, and then from there up is your responsibility. So you can create a virtual machine in Azure. You guys familiar with virtual machines? Okay. So you create a virtual machine in Azure, and then you own it. It's a regular VM. You can have that VM on premises as well if you want. But you have to patch it and update it, and you know, the same thing that we do with our computers. You just gotta maintain those computers or those servers. So that's where the first step when customers move into the cloud, they usually come into this IaaS because it's an easy transition from on-premises to the cloud world. They know how to do that on premises. Instead of the VM being hosted in their data center, it's just hosted in a different data center. It's a good move, easier way to the cloud.
Usually that, they call it like lift and shift. You got like your VMs on-premise.
Yep.
And then you just like get them,
Lift
move them.
and then ship it to the cloud, but it's pretty much the
That's
same.
concept that didn't make come in
The lift and ship concept?
exam.
Yeah, lift and shift is you have your VMs in your private cloud on premises, and then you just move them to Azure. So it's a lift and shift, but no major re-architectures of your application or your solution, none of that. Then the next service model, is platform as a service. So in this model, you see that we cover more layers. So we will also take care of the operating system, the middleware. So a good example here is, for example, Azure SQL. So if you had a SQL database on premises in the private cloud, again, you would have to manage all the layers over there, including the SQL server. In Azure, if you deploy an Azure SQL, then we manage all of these layers. We manage the operating system. We patch the server, all of that. You just care about the SQL database, about your data models in your SQL, and and then your tables, and just your data itself and your data architecture. But you don't care about any of the layers below. You don't have to update it, patch it, none of that stuff. So that concept is platform as a service. Okay. And then the last cloud service model is software as a service. And in this case, good examples are Office 365, Salesforce, Google Docs, if you guys use that. In that case, the whole application is provided to you as a service. You pay probably a license or a subscription to the application, and then you just use it. You don't care about how that application is hosted in the back, where the data is being stored, none of that stuff. That's done by the vendor. You just care about using the application and your data in the application. Okay, so again, this is probably going to come up in the exam, the difference between those four models. So make sure that you understand that. We just talked about this. And again, so IaaS, usually when customers move to the cloud, they go into IaaS, a lift and shift. When they pass is when they want to focus more on the application development. They don't want to worry about managing servers and doing all those things. They go into a PaaS solution because we manage that, and they can just focus on their application, on their business case. And then SaaS, again, you just pay as you go model. It's a software subscription. So if we look at a traditional migration journey, rehosting is the lift and shift that we talked about. They usually just take the application, put it in the cloud, just rehost it. Nothing changes. But then they start refactoring this application. Maybe they get rid of that SQL virtual machine and put it into an Azure SQL. Then they re-architect and get rid of a bunch of VMs for the web application, and they use native Azure web apps. And then they start moving more into the PaaS world and not so much into IaaS. And the benefit here is that that's where innovation actually happens. Because you don't have to, again, worry about managing servers, network, none of that stuff. You can focus on your applications, we're in Boca Code, a bunch of developers here, and then they, they like to develop applications. You guys focus on what's the business problem that we're trying to solve here, and you focus on the application. You don't want to worry about networking and those things, right? And it's a lot more cheaper if you go into PaaS than IaaS. So yeah. So the goal to be as fire right as possible when you move to the cloud. What happened here? Oh, okay. Yeah. So let's talk about Azure now. So everything that we just talked about was in general the cloud. That's what the cloud is. Any questions there about the cloud? Any online? Any questions? Okay. Okay. So now let's talk specifically about Azure. So Azure is our public cloud. So as I mentioned, there is multiple providers in that space. The three main providers are Azure, AWS, and Google Cloud. So we're one of the main providers in the world of public cloud services. We have over 100 data centers across 60 regions worldwide. We're going to talk about what a region is in Azure. And then available in 140 countries. Top 3 networks worldwide. We have a huge network all around the world. We have cabling, undersea cabling connecting all these different data centers and regions. It's one of the fastest networks in the planet today, actually. It's really, really fast. Once you get into Azure and you want to go from one region to another, it's really fast. So you can see we have about 60 plus regions, and we keep announcing more and more regions all the time. We have more than AWS and Google combined in terms of number of regions. So we're all over the world, and all these regions, like I said, are connected through our own network. We manage our own network, and it's very, very, very fast. So a region is basically a group of data centers that are in close proximity, and they act anytime you deploy any resources in Azure, and once we do the labs, you're going to see anything that you're going to deploy in Azure, the first question you're going to be asked is, or one of the first questions is, in which region do you want to deploy this? Okay, and you have a bunch of different regions to select. So these are just data centers all around the world. Here we're being in close to Miami. The closest data centers to us are East US and East US 2 is the name of those regions, and they're in Virginia. There is other regions on the West Coast, West US, Central US. So usually you want to deploy your applications close to your users. So if your users are in the US, maybe in the East Coast, then you will probably want to deploy in East US or East US 2. Now if your users, even if you're here as a developer in the US, but your users might be, I don't know, maybe in Europe, then you may want to deploy that application in UK West or North Europe, any of those regions over there, because you want to make that application as close to your users as possible so that their experience is better for them. But that's basically what a region is. It's a bunch of data centers treated as a group, and that's a region. Now within those regions, we have the concept of availability zones. So if you think about a region being multiple data centers, you can think of as an availability zone as just being one of those data centers. The idea behind availability zone is that when you start deploying these applications and designing your solutions in the cloud, and that's, as a cloud architect, this is what I work with my customers is, okay, how do we make this application that you're deploying reliable? Because there is failures. Even in our own networks and data centers, sometimes things fail. Right? So what happens if you have your application in availability zone 1 only, and this fails? Then it's no longer, you're not going to be able to, your users are not going to be able to access that application anymore. So with availability zones, we guarantee that each zone has its own independent network, its own independent power and cooling systems, so that if this availability zone 1 fails, but you write your application in a way that you had it your servers not only in zone 1 but also in zone 2 and zone 3, then if this fails and you have the application well designed, it's still going to work because the other 2 zones are up and running.
Always 3 zones per region?
At least 3 zones per region, a minimum of 3 availability zones per region. Yeah, the minimum of 3 availability zones per region, and some services automatically in the back without you noticing are taking advantage of the availability zones, and they distribute the data and everything between multiple availability zones. In other services, you have to design it that way. So you have to decide, okay, I'm gonna design this application and I'm gonna put one server in availability zone 1 and this other server in availability zone 2. But it is up to you to design it that way. And of course, it depends on your business requirements at the end of the day. If this is an application, a finance application that needs to be running pretty much all the time, then you're gonna have to think about, you're gonna have to pay more money because you're gonna have to have multiple servers in multiple availability zones. But it is more expensive for the business if that application is down than paying the extra amount of money so you can keep it, so you have it distributed among all the different AZs, availability zones. So it depends on the application. Now, if you have maybe a testing application or you're still developing a solution, you don't care if it goes down for some time, then just put it in one AZ and you pay less for that. So it depends. The business requirements drive a lot of the decisions when you're designing these solutions in the cloud. All right, and then the concept of an Azure resource is the actual components such as the virtual machines or storage accounts, virtual network. So these are the actual services that you can deploy in Azure, and we're gonna play with some of this today. But I think we all should be familiar with what a virtual machine is. It's pretty much a server in the cloud, so you can deploy a virtual machine, and it's with Windows or Linux or whatever operating system you want to use, and then run your applications there. Or if you want to develop a web application, so Azure, maybe something like an app service, or you that like Python as well, then you can do some Python web applications in app services and host your application there. The advantage of doing that is you don't have to worry about managing the server underneath. We take care of that. You just focus about your application.
So in some, it's important. It's important to know how do they map to the different IaaS, PaaS, and SaaS, right? So virtual machine would be okay. It's the slide. Okay.
Yeah. So this is all the different services that well, some of them they keep coming up with more services every week. But you see, there's a bunch of services in Azure, and that's why it's impossible to do these fundamentals or even, I've been working with Azure for the last 2 years, and I still don't know half of these services. It's really hard. It's a big space, and within Microsoft, for example, I'm an architect more focused on infra and applications. There's architects that are more focused on data and analytics. So depending on your expertise, you might be in different when you work with a customer. Sometimes we bring an architect that is focused on infra, and then we bring the AI architect, and then we bring the DevOps architect. So we have different architects working in different pieces of the whole solution. Okay. So what Dario was mentioning earlier, so you can see all the different IaaS services down here. So the load balancers, virtual networks, virtual machines, storage. So these are considered IaaS services. And then the PaaS services are the ones where are more focused on the solution itself. You don't have to worry about the VMs or nothing like that, anything underneath. So a good example is the SQL database that I mentioned earlier. You just deploy a SQL database, you focus about your data, and you don't have to worry about managing none of this stuff right here at the bottom. Okay? Any questions?
So from there, I would say that you will get asked, if I have a simple database that lives on a virtual machine, is that IaaS, PaaS, or SaaS, right? So that's the type of question you will get in this exam. So every time you see virtual machine there, it will be IaaS, right? It's infrastructure as a service. If you see I have a web application, I don't care about patching or touching the OS, that will be PaaS. Right? So that's kind of like the keywords you need to be looking to pass the exam.
Okay, and every time you deploy any of those resources that we just saw in that slide, they are deployed into a subscription, and a subscription it basically gives you access into Azure. So we sent a couple of emails over the last 2 weeks about making sure you guys get an Azure subscription. I don't know if you guys got it or not. If not, we can figure it out. But basically, anytime you're gonna deploy anything, Azure is gonna ask him what subscription do you want to deploy that VM, because at the end of the day, somebody has to pay for that resource. So the subscription is gonna give you that billing boundary. Somebody owns that subscription. If in the case of a personal Azure subscription, you have a credit card in the back, and that that credit card gets charged. Now, if you guys just open it, you get $200 free, and you're not gonna get charged anything. If you continue using it, and you got if you just open the free account, you get $200. But if you want to use it later on, after the 200, there is a what is it called, is it like a mechanism that it doesn't allow you to go over 200 right now. But if you eventually want to continue using it for some personal project, you have to go into Azure and say, yeah, I wanna now use my credit card to pay for anything that I deploy. In the case of an enterprise customer, they have multiple subscriptions, and then there's there's different people within the organization that own those subscriptions, and then they would be responsible for the billing and the invoice for each subscription. So that's what the subscription is about. And then it's also an access control boundary. So you can decide, okay, who owns the subscription and what type of access are they going to have to the resources within the subscription. So if you're the owner of the subscription, you're going to have pretty much access to any resource in that subscription that you deploy. So those are the two things that a subscription gives you, is the billing boundary and the access control boundary. Okay? And then within a subscription, then there is a concept of resource groups. Let me actually draw this here. That's a good one. Let's see, this one here. So you have a subscription that you create. And then within a subscription, you can deploy multiple resource groups. And the idea behind resource group is that just to group resources. So you can, within this resource group, you can deploy a virtual machine and maybe a SQL database, and then this other resource group, you may deploy maybe a web app. So anything that, any resource that you deploy in Azure has to live within a resource group. And the idea here is it's also an access control mechanism, so you can decide who owns that resource group and the permissions that they're going to have for those resources. But also, you think of it as it kind of manages the life cycle of your application. So if this resource group is for your application, and you have your virtual machine and your database, and then you decide, I'm not going to use this application anymore. Maybe it was a test, it was an experiment that we were doing, and we don't need it anymore. You can delete the resource group, and everything underneath gets deleted. So it kind of like it's kind of like the life cycle of the application. But you can think of it as a folder, as a directory of resources. Nothing more than that. It's a logical container. It doesn't mean that. So you may have a VM in this resource group. You may have maybe a database in a different resource group. They can still talk to each other. There's nothing preventing them from talking to each other. It's just a logical container what the resource group is. So it's a good way to group resources for to organize things in Azure. All right, so with that, let's do a walkthrough really quick. Let's explore the Azure portal. Make sure that you guys are set up with your subscription so you can do the labs later today. So let's take a look at that. If you open your Azure free account, let me bring this up here. And if you go to portal.azure.com, and then log in with this one so it looks the same as yours. It should bring you into this page. This is one of the ways to interact with Azure is the Azure portal. There is other ways that we're going to talk about, but when you're learning, this is the best way to do it, is through the Azure portal. So are you all able to access the portal? And what I want you to do is, if you're in the portal, if you search up here for subscriptions, let's double check and make sure that you actually have a subscription enabled so you can do the labs. So I have 3, but you should have 1. Let me go around here really quick.
You should have a single one,
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so you're good here. Yep, you're good there. Actually, go inside the subscription. I think it should show you the credit. Go inside the subscription. Yeah, click there. And then at the bottom, it should say something. Let's see. Go down.
I think it's a subscription I got from you last time.
Okay.
So it should be like $50, I think, or
Yeah.
something like that.
Water, yeah, but I don't see the credit here. Go to cost analysis. Usually it shows how much credit you have. Oh, I think is, yeah, no, sorry, go back to overview. Yeah, go back to overview and click on that link right here. This one, Microsoft Azure scripts. Let me see. Go to check your balance. Let's see if that loads. So if you click on your subscription here, so we'll check that you have credits. Okay, let's wait. Go to the bottom of this page. Go a little bit up.
It says right here.
Oh yeah, you're good. $200 there. Okay.
Yeah, $50.
$50, perfect. Let's check and see if you have your credit. So if you click on the subscription itself.
It's only $300.
Two-
Oh,
two-
200.
200? Okay, you're good. There you go, yeah, 200. All right. Good. So if you click on the subscription, there, and then let's wait for this to load. Yeah, you have $200. You're good. You're good. 200. Yeah, you're good. And then let's click on his overview. 200. Okay, we're good. All right, thanks everybody. What about you? Let's see. If you go up here and search for subscriptions. Yep. Okay, so you have it. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna send you a pass. Can you help them set that up? And so it's actually in our folder.
That's it.
Do you have access to that folder?
Let me see. Yeah, no, I have it, but I don't have access. Outlook is not working, so I cannot find it. Let me see if I find it. Because I'm searching and it's not.
I'll ping you the code. I'll ping you the code and you can help him set that up. Does people online, do you guys have access to your subscriptions or do you need help with that? Okay. Let's see that here. I just pinged the code, and here's where he can get that. So give the URL. I'm gonna ping you. Just sent you the URL. So if you go there, you can enable a free pass. And he might need to sign up with his. Yeah, I mean he can come to the machine. Up to you guys.
Wasn't the $200 credit, didn't that expire after, what was it, a month or 3 months or something like that?
Takes like 30 days.
30 days.
30 days, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. I have an old free account.
Got it.
That disappeared a long time ago.
An old free account is the same thing as not having, it's an empty account.
Right.
Yeah, you can always use a different email address
Absolutely.
if you need.
You don't have to attach credit card.
You do. You do need to attach a credit card. It doesn't. It never gets charged. Like I said, there is a protection.
No, I'm just thinking about.
But yeah,
if I
no,
create a new
my
free account.
yeah, you might complain about using the same credit card. I'm not sure about that.
Credit card.
I think the credit card is only used for identity verification. So that might be a problem. Yeah. All right. So you guys want to take a 5-minute break while he gets set up? You guys want to a bathroom, get some coffee or something? We set him up and then we'll start.
Nessa's got a flat tire.
What?
Yeah, so she's stuck right now in West Palm
Got it. Okay.
Tire Center.
How are you?
Is that Michelle?
Yeah.
So you're Amin? Azad. Say it again? Azad. Azad. Yeah. Oh, good to meet you, man. Likewise. Yeah, Todd. Todd. Yeah, good to meet you. Welcome to Boca.
integración en Flora tiene pipelines de los data factory,
Sí.
está integrado entre vecinos
Ok.
ahora, tiene un registro, no sé qué.
Y en Databricks también tienen como pipelines, ¿no?
Sí, Databricks también.
Todos tienen como la misma interfaz, ¿no?
Sí.
Sí. Yo trabajo un poco con Datafabric.
Y ahorita que tú IoT, chévere, ¿te gustó?
Está bueno. Es más interesante. Arriba de la era. Arriba de la era.
I'm so sorry, yeah, I figured down in,
A mí me gustaba lo que hacía, pero la posición que tenía antes era PhD Customer Engineer.
Ajá.
Pero antes, al principio cuando arranqué, porque era como CSA y ahora ponele.
Sí.
Que ahora CSA está creciendo mucho, ¿viste? Está contratando un montón de gente y cuando la hacen crecer, las terminan medio cagando un poco. Porque al principio te dan beneficios, cosas, ¿viste?
Sí. Y luego crecen mucho y...
Cuando entré a PhD, ¿no? En este momento, teníamos 3 workshops presenciales por año. Que te ibas allá a la universidad, te quedabas a tomar un
Sí.
curso vos para aprender.
Sí. Ya,
¿Entendés?
sí, entiendo.
Eso hace 6 años atrás. ¿Entendés? Entonces, esas cosas están buenas. Después agarran y empezaron a contratar más gente dentro de la universidad. Y es una posición que tenías que tener experiencia, ¿viste?
Claro.
Y empezaron a mandarle cosas a vendors, los workshops los empezaron a hacer online desde otro lado, y empezaron a hacer cosas como que tienen 3.000 PFIs, salvan un poquito por acá, un poquito por allá y les sirve para el negocio. Entonces ahí era como me gustaba más, pero ahí era cero Azure, porque no existía Azure todavía.
¿Qué hacías ahí? Puro
No, yo siempre hice .NET, no, hacían todas las tecnologías, yo siempre hice .NET. Lo que estaba bueno era lo que hacía yo, lo que
Ready?
hacía yo no lo hacía nadie. Entonces, como decías una empresa y mirar un memory dump o un profiling y eso, no lo hace nadie. Entonces era muy fácil destacarse, lo hacía poca gente. Pero ahora eso ya con Azure es más relevante porque le dan 3 máquinas más y terminan con el
Sí,
problema.
sí, exacto. Vamos a ver si ahorita... ¿Tú vas a Reddit o no?
¿Eh?
¿Vas a Reddit? ¿Vas a Reddit?
Sí, no sé si fui varias veces, pero no sé si este año todavía se hace o no. ¿Es presencial, no?
Sí, presencial no creo que vaya a haber este año.
No, yo fui varias veces antes nosotros teníamos una que se llamaba Geek Ready, que era solo nuestra.
¿Ah, sí?
Había un offsite de todo el tiempo. También cancelaron, todo lo cancelaron. Pero bueno.
Bueno. Hey, Reddit? Is he now with the subscription? Yeah, I'm sick. Oh, perfect. Alright guys, so if you have your Azure subscription, so again, if you should see here, I have multiple subscriptions. You should probably see one. But let's do something here really quick. So let's explore the portal a little bit. So again, this is how you interface with Azure. There's multiple ways. When you're learning, the portal is the best way to do it because it's graphical, because you can easily see it. But it's a lot of point and click, right? I mentioned earlier that one of the big benefits of the cloud is automation. So when companies are more mature, they stop using the portal and the point and clicking, they just write everything on the script. There's going to be a lab video that you're going to do on that, how you can deploy a whole solution just script it out without having to point and click in the portal. Okay? But again, when you're learning, and if it's a new service that you've never deployed and you're still learning the service, the portal is the best way to interact with that. Okay? So let's do something here really quick. I mentioned resource group earlier. That anything anytime you deploy any resources, you need a resource group. Let's go ahead and deploy a resource group. I'll walk you guys through the process. So up here on the top search bar is where you can find any service that we have in Azure. So you can type, for example, virtual machine, and it's gonna come up here. Or here. So any resource that you want to deploy, a good way to find it is on the top search bar. Or right here, you can see you can pin resources that you commonly use on Angular here. So if you click on the top left that button and it comes to all resources, all services, it's going to take you to this page where you have all the different services. And if there's one that you like, take for example. Waiting. How do I favorite those services into that menu? They used to be a
It has
startup.
go back.
Here it's starting to keep
But I
changing
don't do
before.
it through there.
I just wanted to show you guys how to pin those services into this menu. They keep changing before all the time.
Oh, if you hover over him,
You have favorites at the
Oh,
start
just
of the
over.
list.
if you
Oh, there you go.
there you go.
Then there's the start again. Yeah, there used to be a start just next that you can click by that. So if you put in any, let's say we
hello, hello, hello. This is
Yeah.
test. Okay. Okay, so let's go into that icon, Cloud Shell. Let's click there. And this, what happened here? Let me refresh. Let's try it again. Cloud Shell. There you go. Let's go with Bash. Bash. So this is I've opened Cloud Shell in the past, so it's gonna take me straight into the shell. If this is the first time that you open it, you're gonna get a question about storage. Just let's go with Bash, and let's click the defaults there. Yeah, you can click create storage, and select Bash. Yeah. Good. Click create storage. And then it's going to ask you whether you want to use. Okay. And then, so what we're doing here, this is another way to interact with the portal. We're going to use this in the next lab. So that's why I wanted you guys to open this. Anything that we do in the portal through points and clicks, you can do through this. This is, by the way, just a regular Linux machine. So if you guys are into Linux, this is just Linux in the cloud. You're not paying for Cloud Shell, and you can, we usually use it to execute commands in Azure, but you can do anything that you want there in that machine. It's just a regular Linux VM in the back. Okay. So with that, let's move to the next module, and then we'll use this for the next lab. So are you all able to get here? You see the Cloud Shell? Okay. So let's go to the next module, and then we'll do some lab. Actually, before we do that, we need to do the quiz. We're gonna do a quick quiz here. So we're gonna try this out. All right, so if you go to your phones or your computer, if you go to menti.com and then enter that code right there, 24273551. Let's do a quick quiz on what we just covered in the first module. So this one is just for a cool sticker, and I'll let you guys choose which sticker. The next two quizzes are gonna be the gift cards. So let me know if you guys are able to join this. I see one person join. Perfect. The code is up here, 24273551. The code is up here, 24. Oh, menti.com, yeah. All right, we ready? Not yet? Okay. Menti.com and then enter the code up there. Good? All right, let's do it. What happened here? So the way it's gonna work, so I see everybody here. It's gonna pop a question. You gotta answer in your computers. The faster you answer, the more points you get. Okay? Well, let's go with the first question. Where is it? 2 of 2. Let me see. 1 out of 20. Oh, there you go. Okay. Okay. which one is not a benefit of using the cloud? Is not a benefit of using the cloud. Scalability, consumption-based billing, automation, or upfront spending. So which one is not a benefit? There you go. Upfront spending, we talked about this. If you get in the world before the cloud, you had to pay for capital and buy servers and upfront spend your IT, um, expenditures. Now you pretty much pay as you go. Automation is actually a big benefit of the cloud, and consumption-based billing is also a benefit. So, okay, go to the next one. And again, the faster you reply the response, then the more points you get at the end. Which one is not a valid cloud service model? Is not a valid cloud service model. Cloud as a service. There you go. This one is going to be a question in the exam. They're going to ask you about the different models, cloud service models. We talked about infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, and software as a service. Those three. Cloud as a service is not really a multiple times. Yeah, in different ways, different. Yeah. There you go. Next, number 3. A, what is made up of one or more data centers in close proximity? Is it a region, data center cluster, point of presence? An Azure region, that's right. Azure region is made up of one or more data centers in close proximity. Go to the next one. There's only 5 questions for this section. So 2 more. A resource group allows you to group one or more Azure subscriptions. Is that true or false? It is false. It's the other way around. A subscription can host resource groups. Not the other. It is not a resource group that hosts subscriptions. A resource group allows you to group resources, but not Azure subscriptions, okay? And then one more question in this section. Which one does not describe an availability zone? Does not. Is it comprised of multiple regions? It protects against data center failures. Each data center in availability zone has independent power. Yep, that's right. And again, it's the other way around. So a region is comprised of availability zones, not the other way around. Okay? All right, so let's see who won this. Let's see who won this first section here. Where is it on it? You choose whatever sticker that you want from here. The next quiz, we're gonna give the Microsoft Store gift cards. So, somewhere here if you want to choose from here. All right, cool. Yeah, the faster you reply back, the response, the more points you get. All right, let's move to the next section here really quick. It's not this one, it's number 2. All right, so let's talk about the core Azure services. And what we're going to cover is compute, networking, storage, and databases. And again, you guys saw the big picture of all the different services, so it is impossible to cover everything, every single one in detail. And AZ900 certification anyway is about knowing the fundamentals of Azure. So what's going to ask is questions about what's a VM, what's a SQL database. So as long as you guys understand those concepts, you should be good to go. Now, if you want to take later on maybe the solution architect certification or the Azure administration certification, so those are going to go deeper in other in certain areas within Azure. Okay. For fundamentals, it's just about knowing the fundamentals, the high level. So when it comes to compute services in Azure, these are the ones that are the main compute services. So again, virtual machines, I've talked about this a couple of times. It's just a server in the cloud. It's a server that you still have to maintain, that you have to patch. You choose when you create the virtual machine, you select if you want to create a Windows 2019 server, or you want an Ubuntu server, or Red Hat, whatever your flavor of operating system is, what you want to use, then that's what you would do when you create a virtual machine. But you own it, so it's yours. But you gotta patch it, you gotta maintain it. So it's when we were talking about lift and shift earlier, that Dario was mentioning. When you take your application from your data center into the cloud, usually it's just VMs in the cloud, but they still need to have people maintaining those VMs. Okay, there's still some cost of having people that maintain these servers. Then we have something called app services, and this is more of a PaaS type service. So again, it's a platform as a service. So you don't have to worry about any VMs. This is, you want to host your web application, and you want to put it in the cloud, but you don't want to worry about managing the VM or patching it, none of that. Then it just gives you a place where you can upload your code, and then it's going to run as a web application in Azure. It's a PaaS type solution. For many cases, it works for many use cases. There might be other cases where the actual application requires you to have access to the operating system, and in that case, then you got to go into a VM. PaaS is not, an app service is not going to do it. So it depends on the use case, but that's what an app service is. Are you guys familiar with containers? Docker? Kubernetes? So that's the new trend. Everybody wants to get into containers now. It's getting there, but yeah, I see more and more customers jumping into the container world. But basically, the idea behind a container is another layer of virtualization, where when in traditional virtualization, back in the day, you have servers, and you had a server with operating system, and you saw applications on that server. Then they came up with virtual machines, and the concept is you have a one big server in your data center, and then you partition that server, and you have multiple VMs hosted in that same server, and this VM might be a Windows VM, this one might be Linux, the other one might be another version of Linux, and each one was its own independent operating system, all running in the same physical server. So this is the traditional VM world. And then with containers now is you take one of these VMs, and then you partition that VM into multiple containers. And then Docker is one of the most popular containerized services. And then what that gives you is it virtualizes the operating system. So from your application, it believes that it's in its own operating system. At the end of the day, the operating system is being shared by multiple containers. But then your application, you can have all the different requirements for your application. So you have your app, and then if your app requires, I don't know, maybe Node.js needs to be installed, so you have Node.js installed. It needs the Python compiler installed, so you have Python. So any requirements for your application live within this container. And the advantage of this container world is if tomorrow you decide to move this into a different provider, let's say you're in Azure and you want to move to GCP, I don't know why you would do that, but then you just take the container, move it there, and in theory, everything's going to work. You don't need to install any requirements or anything because all the requirements come within that container. So that's the idea behind containers. It's supposed to make development faster, and
It has a lot of advantages for the deployment and maintenance as well, also scalability. Probably the example of the VM there that Fred draw there. Yeah. Imagine I have an application in this certain SDK version 1,
libraries.
library. So once you get that, you just put play on it, and it just runs, right? So that's why most of the companies are containerizing their applications. It's just much simpler. So uh, it's something that it's gonna I think it's gonna remain. The,
Yeah, and we see the trend more and more. It's the agility that it brings,
yeah,
right? So
exactly.
like you said, the problem before was, okay, I develop application, here you go, deploy it. Oh, it doesn't work. Wait, what do you mean? It works on my machine. Why doesn't it work in yours? You know,
Yeah,
and then, oh, but
exactly.
you have Python 3.5. Oh, I did it with Python 3.3. And then,
And
you
here's the
know,
problem:
that
you
starts to,
cannot install that on certain boxes, right? There are boxes that you have big companies, they have boxes in production. Nobody can touch them. Right? It's just like because they have like 70 applications running on that web server.
yeah.
So going and making a change, they need to test 70 applications and see like what that will change, right? So yeah, the agility of having that in a container is better. And then you just deploy just what you need. Right? There's much less overhead. Those boxes, those VMs will have a Windows Server instances, a bunch of things that are not needed just to run
That application.
a
The,
microservice.
yeah, microservice.
So if you want a microservice, you get an image, a container image for just Linux or Windows with just the DLL, the libraries that it needs, and that's it. You cannot even log in and select GUI, right? They need like all commands.
Yeah. So that's the big advantage there. Is you take this whole package, and it's supposed to work whatever you take it. So in Azure we have a service called container instances, and what you do is you take your container, you deploy there, and it works. As long as it, you know, the container is working and everything, you just deploy the container there, and it should work. Now, when you have multiple containers and containers talk to each other, and you need to have highly available containers where if one goes down, then you need to bring another one up, and you need to have all this orchestration of containers. That's when Kubernetes service comes into play. So it's to manage all these containers and to create microservice applications where you have multiple, you know, containers talking to each other, and you need to manage all of that orchestration. Then Kubernetes services comes into play. I mean, Kubernetes by itself is its own software or framework for, you know, it's developed by Google. Was developed by Google, yeah. I don't know if still, yeah.
Yeah, AKS basically it's our pass.
Hmm.
It's a pass service that
Yeah.
it's just the Kubernetes cluster, the master that orchestrates the whole thing.
We take care of
It's
that.
managed by Microsoft.
Yeah.
Right?
We take care of that, yeah. But
So what about container instances? Is that considered a service as well, or is that
it's a service.
a service?
Yeah.
Okay.
Behind the scenes, right. Behind the scenes, there is a VM that is hosting this, but you don't see it in the portal. You don't see it. We take care of managing that VM or that server. All you see is a service in Azure for your container. You deploy it, and you get.
And you were showing us earlier
Mhm.
the resource groups.
Yep.
Would the individual container instances, would that be
It would be a individual resource within the resource group. Yeah.
Yeah, you configure that where you want them to go.
And this one, Windows Virtual Desktop, actually changed now the name to Azure Virtual Desktop last week. But this one, it became really popular during COVID times because what it gives you is basically a Windows 10 or Windows 7 operating system in the cloud. So for companies, like many of my customers, you know, people used to go to the office and they work from their laptops in their offices, and you know, and then they can control what people were doing in those laptops and things like that. But when everybody was working from home, it was very hard to control, you know, access to what, and you're not into our offices anymore, so you're not connecting from a remote location. So how do we do all of this? So virtual desktop is take any device that you want. You can use your home computer, and then from there you connect to a desktop that lives in Azure, and that Azure subscription is connected to let's say your data center for your company, and then now you can do anything you want, but you have to be connected into that virtual desktop in the cloud. So that became really popular during COVID. You guys are familiar with Citrix? It's kind of like the same concept, but yeah. So it's a lot of, let's say for example, call centers. Again, call centers, they used to go to an office, and do calls, whatever they need to do from a computer, But now nobody was going to offices. So how do you maintain continue using the call center if nobody's coming to the office? So virtual desktop was a solution for that, because they just from their home computers log in into a desktop that was hosted in the cloud, and that desktop had access into anything that they needed.
Company I worked for pre-COVID, we had an event, one of the lunch and learn type events, and Windows Virtual Desktop was one of the topics that we covered. And what was really interesting was that the presenters who ran the entire thing was cell phone,
Yeah.
smartphone. We had the entire desktop, all the software applications, everything, and it ran really fast, really smooth in the cloud.
Yep. I have my virtual desktop in Azure. Later I'll show you guys my iPad. I can connect to that, and I could have Windows running on my iPad. I'll show you guys that. So it's really cool. All right, so when it comes to, again, virtual machines, I talked about this, is just a server in the cloud. Includes a processor, a CPU, memory, storage, networking, all the traditional things that you would find on a server in your data center, but this one is hosted in cloud, so nothing crazy there. Now, availability sets, this is a concept of hardware redundancy. As I mentioned earlier, failures happen even in the cloud. We try to take care of our data centers and make sure that they're very reliable and all of that, but at the end of the day, in the back, these data centers have physical machines that can fail. A disk can fail, a server may fail. So how do you deal with that? Availability sets is one way of doing it, and if you think about in a data center, you can think of this, the concept of a fault domain, you can think of it as a rack. So in a data center, you have all these different racks, with servers. And then if you, an availability set guarantees that you're gonna have VMs in 2 different racks. So if for some reason a VM in one of the racks, or this whole rack goes down, then the other VM is gonna be up and running. As I mentioned earlier, it is depending on the business requirements for that application. You gotta pay more if you use an availability set, because now you have 2 different VMs. But if your application requires it and your business requirement requires that, then this is an option. It guarantees that we're not gonna the VMs are gonna be in 2 different fault domains. And the other thing that we guarantee is that we're not gonna, so we have to update our servers as well in the data centers. So those physical servers that we host, that have Hyper-V, the virtualization software, we have to update those as well. So when you have 2 VMs in an availability set, we guarantee that we're not gonna update both of those servers at the same time. So we will do it first on this one. Once we know this one's working, then we go to the next one. We're not gonna do it at the same time, because if there is an issue, and sometimes updates cause issues, then we don't wanna take your whole application down. So that's an availability set. So when it comes to availability options, you can see that all the way here to the left, we have a single VM. This is the SLA that we guarantee, service level agreement, if you've never heard that word. So we guarantee that 99.9% of the time this VM is going to be running with a single VM. If you use an availability set, again, it's a copy of a VM in a different rack, then the SLA goes to 99.95%. And then if you want even more availability, then you go on availability zones, which we talked about earlier, where now the VMs are going to be in a completely different data center, within the same region, but in a different data center, right? So if a whole data center goes down, then the other VM should be up and running. And that one gives you a 99.99% SLA. And then there is a concept of regional pairs, and in this case, this might be a multi-region application. So let's say you have users in the West Coast and also users in the East Coast. So you can have your application or VMs, in this case, in those two different regions. And then if a whole region goes down, let's say, I don't know, a earthquake in West US, takes the whole region down. But you also have your application replicated to region 2, which is here in the East US, then your application is still going to be up and running for your users. Maybe some latency for the users connecting because now they have to come all the way to the East US, but the application is up and running. So again, these SLAs are driven by your business requirements. Some applications need this multi-region capability. You got to pay more for that, but if the application needs it, then
If you need a disaster recovery site, most likely you will go with
a disaster recovery.
having a different region.
You gotta put it in a completely different region. But if you're just a development machine, you're doing some Python work, and you don't care if that thing goes on for a couple of minutes during the year, then just go with a single VM and you're good to go. Any questions with that?
Do you happen to know the SLAs for the exam? The 99.9, 99.
So that's a good question. No, they will not ask it like that. I got a question where they ask if I have an application that has a SLA of 99.95 and the SQL database has an SLA of 99.99, what is the total SLA, right? Which I believe that is 99.94 or something like that. There's some math that you need to do. So because if SQL has 99.999, if SQL goes down, then your application also goes down, right? Because
Yeah.
so I don't remember the math, but it's less than the 99.95.
Right.
So that's how I got they have one question like that. And that's how I got it. They don't ask exactly like what is an availability zone SLA. They don't ask it.
But how do you know if you answered that particular question correctly? Do they actually tell you?
They don't tell you, but
If you pass at the end,
yeah,
you're like,
it doesn't matter.
maybe I was correct. Yeah, they don't tell you if you get that one.
They don't tell you, but I know because I saw the question, and I know that the to get the SLA, if you got like a 99.9, you have like a two parts in your whole solution. One has 99.9, and the other one has 99.95. It will be less than
Right.
the 99 point. So if you have two different SLAs, it will be less than because none of them are 100%.
Yeah.
Right? So
Yes.
So it's basically, I think the math is you multiply one by the odd. That's
yeah.
There is a
that's-
slide
that's
later.
it.
If we have time, we can cover the math. But basically, yeah, what he's saying is if the VM is 99.99%, this is the VM, and then you have a database as part of that solution, and then that one is, I don't know,
Yeah, 99 point. It
99
doesn't matter. They tell you the number.
0.5%, then the SLA is going to be somewhere in between.
No, I think that it's
Huh?
lower than the VM. It's just that it will be, you need to multiply them. I think that is something like that.
You're saying what?
Exactly.
Right, so it's going to be somewhere in between here, is what I'm saying.
No,
No?
it will be less than 99.
lowest number.
It will
Lower-
be less
lower
than
than this.
99. Yeah.
Okay, so lower than that.
It's the
Yeah.
99.5% of 99. That's what it is.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so it's going to be low. It's going to be lower than this. Some number over here.
That's how he came up with 99.94.
Yeah. There is a slide that has this math, but yeah, I think that's what it is. Just multiply the SLAs,
Yeah.
and then you get whatever this is.
But it's not the most important parts. At least there's like 40 questions or so in the exam, and I took it like 2 weeks ago. There's, I would say, like 15 questions that are around between like IaaS, PaaS, and SaaS, then private cloud. So the cloud concept, the first thing you cover. There are 15 questions that are around that, and they ask it in different ways, right? It's not always the same. If I have a VM, what is it? IaaS, PaaS,
Or SaaS.
or SaaS. And the next question: if I have a web application and I don't need access to the OS, how would you deploy that? IaaS, PaaS, or SaaS? So they do that like multiple times, and then they do the same with the private, hybrid, and public cloud. So that's like 30% of the exam. It goes around there. So if you know those concepts well, then it's 30%. And then you have questions, like other questions, right? There's a lot around you talked about it, agility, elasticity, high availability, disaster recovery, fault tolerance. Uh, there's a few questions around that, but still cloud concepts. That's something big on the exam.
Perfect. All right, so app services, and this is the lab that we're gonna do. So again, the idea with app services is a pass service. So if they ask the question in the exam, app services is pass because you don't have to worry about managing the VMs. You deploy the resource in Azure. It works with any of these languages. I think as part of the software engineering bootcamp here, you guys covered Node.js, right, Todd? Yep. Node.js, right? Yeah. So Node.js is the one that they cover here. But you know, if you are into Python, I love Python. That's my go-to language. Oh, you have Python too? Great. So that's my go-to language. I think Dario, you like .NET, right?
Yeah.
That's what you do. So anyway, choose your language. The most popular ones are supported by app services. You just deploy your application into app service, and you're good to go. A little bit more, going a little bit deeper into app services, since we're gonna do the lab on this. So when you have an app service, so you can see here the resource group that we just created. You need to create a service plan. It should be called app service plan, actually. So you can create a service plan, and then within the service plan, you can have multiple apps. Okay? So that's what we're going to do in the lab. Is we're going to create a service plan, and basically a service plan defines the compute resources for the web apps. So you can think of it as a server farm in traditional web hosting, and then depending on the service plan, it determines the features available for your app services. So if you want to, if you need more CPU, more memory for your apps, then you can determine that on the service plan. If you want to, for example, SSL or load balancing and things like that, that would be determined by the service plan, and then your apps can use those resources. So yeah, service plan defines the number of VM instances in the back. Again, you're not going to see the VMs, but we manage those. The operating system as well, and then scale other features, scaling, SSL certificates, things like that. So in the lab that we're going to do, we'll have to deploy the service plan and then the app inside the service plan. And that's what we're going to do in this lab. So if you guys go to aks.ms/Boca Lab 2, that's the lab that we're going to do. In this whole training, the AC900, there's I think 13 labs. We cannot cover every single lab because this is usually a 2-day training. So you see it says Boca Lab 1 and Boca Lab 2 here, but there's a Boca Lab 1 that we didn't cover. It's about deploying a VM. But I'll send you guys at the end the list of all the labs if you guys want to do it on your own later. But right now, we're going to do this one as a group. So if you go to aks.ms/Boca Lab 2, Alex, I think you're going to struggle with this one doing it on the phone, just so you know. But give it a try and see what happens.
We had somebody in the last session who did get like the
Yeah,
Azure
a
app.
guy over there,
Yeah,
forgot his name.
Zach, he did everything on his phone.
Give it a try, but so the way we do this is I'm gonna do it on my here on my computer. I'm gonna share my screen. You guys can do it on your own if you want. So if you go to there, it has the guide and all the different steps. But it's up to you guys. If you want to follow me, I'm going to do it here on my computer, share my screen, and we can do it together. Or if you want to do it on your own, feel free to do it on your own, you following that guide. And what we deploy in this lab here is actually an application that Todd gave me. It's one of the apps that they do here in Boca Coder that they teach. Sort of?
It's an old one.
An old one? Okay, there you go. So if you go to Boca Lab 2, it's gonna take you to my GitHub, and then you'll see the different steps for this Node.js app deployment. Okay, we're gonna follow these steps. This is
What's
actually
your last name? Sorry? What's your last name? Apostolo? Okay.
and I'm gonna give credit to Dario. He helped me with this one for
Okay.
last time
Ah,
Oh yeah?
deploying this one. Yeah, he has more experience with Node.js than I do. So
What's your last name? Peter?
Benjamin.
Okay.
all right. So what I'll do is I'm just gonna put the instructions on the other screen, and then the portal. Bring out the portal here so I can do the steps. So if you follow those instructions in that GitHub guide, the first step is to go to the portal if you don't have it open. Let me go into my other account here. All right, so let's go to the portal. It's gonna look like this. If you don't have PowerShell open. And then it says that we're gonna go to the left menu up here and click on create a resource. In that search box, we're gonna look for web app and click enter. And then somewhere in this list, you're gonna find web app. See it right there. So you can click down here on create web app. So you'll see, as I mentioned earlier, every time you're gonna deploy any resource in Azure, you're gonna get the same questions. What subscription do you wanna deploy this to? Again, because there is a cost associated with this resource. You guys have the credits, so there's not gonna be a cost to you guys, but if you didn't have the credits, there's a cost. And then the resource group where you're gonna deploy this, and the region is gonna come up at some point. So you're always gonna get those same questions. So again, subscription, we're just gonna select my subscription. Resource group, let's select the one that we just created earlier, Boca Code-RG or whatever you guys name it. Good, all right. And then let's put a name for this web app. So it has to be a globally unique name, because that's gonna be the name of, once we finish this, your users can go to that, whatever the name you put, that Azure website, .net. So if it's gonna be a public website, there's ways to change that name later for your own custom domain name, but initially, I'm gonna call this Boca Code App AU, my initials. Okay, if you get a green check mark, means, yeah, that's a good name. If you get a red X, means somebody else already owns that name, so you can't use it. Okay, in the publish section, we're gonna select code.
so if you go Docker there, what you will need to do then is choose a Docker container for the container registry. So you need to upload Docker container to our container registry, or I think we can get it from Docker Hub as well. And then that's how you run web apps for containers. Right? That's another way of running a container, a simple way to run a container. Right? It will not have all the benefits of Kubernetes or ACI, but you can run a container easily through there as well.
All right, for now we're gonna select code, and then runtime stack. This is what type of app is this going to be? So we're gonna select Node 10.4. Somewhere here. They removed Node 10.4. Hopefully it's gonna work with 14.
Yeah, it should.
It should definitely work.
Yeah,
Alright,
sure.
let's give it a try and see what happens. Or 12.
We tried 12,
This is 12 and see what happens.
and it should work for 12 or 14. It's all ES5.
Alright, let's do node 12. We're gonna give this a try. Hopefully it works. Make sure you select the Linux operating system.
So in this one, because it's passed, we don't control the VM itself, but we need to tell, okay, we're gonna run certain stack and
Yeah.
the OS, and that's all we do.
That's it.
All we do with the VM or with the operating system
Yeah,
is
we
we
just
just choose it. That's it.
Yeah. That's all you can
so
do
it's
is
so simple.
choose. We take care of managing the VM and all of that, but you do gotta tell us
And,
which.
and it's cheaper than having the VM as well.
And then the region, again, you're always going to get asked this question: where do you want to deploy this? As I mentioned earlier, you want to deploy it in a region that is close to your users. So let's go with East US. And this is the service plan that I was mentioning earlier. So anytime you deploy an app service, it has to live within a service plan. The service plan is what determines how much memory that the server farm is going to have, and the CPU, and the features. So for this one, we're just gonna go with the, I think is a default. Yeah, the default is gonna create a new premium service plan. You can go with the default, it's creating a new one. If let's say you already had an existing plan you had created before, you can come here and select whatever plan you had instead of creating a new one. But since we don't have any plans, let's go with the default, which is to create a new service plan. Okay?
And you would do that. For example, you have an application that needs, like, I don't know, I'm just like saying a number, like 300 megabytes and 10% of a CPU, right? So if you, instead of creating more machines, so that will basically be a machine. Instead of creating
Right.
more machines, you just put it in the same one, and you get kind of like a web farm,
Right.
kind of thing.
So you can have multiple apps within the same service plan.
And there you get the cost. That machine is, that app service is $73 per month.
If you go to review and create, it's gonna take you to this page, giving you confirmation of everything that's gonna happen. We're gonna create this app service. This is what the estimated cost per month is going to be, and then the stack that we selected. A new service plan is gonna be created. It's gonna be a Linux service plan, and all the different things that we just selected. We didn't do monitoring for now, but you keep the defaults here and then click on create. Once you click on create, you'll see that on the top right is where you see all the notifications on what's happening in the back. So right now it's deployment is in progress. And you can continue working in the portal. So while you're deploying this, you can continue doing other stuff. You can deploy other services. You don't need to wait. You can continue working on that. Anytime you want to see what's going on, you can come here into a notification icon, and then you'll see that we have a deployment in progress right now, and it's being deployed into Boca Code RG. And if you need to get more details about the deployment, just click on deployment. It's going to take you to this page, and then you see, it's actually just finished. Succeeded, so deployment complete. Now you're good to go. So the resource has been deployed. Are we all there? Any issues? Deploying? My computer is always faster. Todd says that because I work for Microsoft, that it's always faster for me.
Yeah, they give you all the.
They give me the.
Remember, I beat you on like one of the.
Yeah,
last
one of the
ones.
labs. Yours was faster.
Yeah.
All right. And again, I'm just following the guide. So if you're doing the guide, you can do that as well. So the next step is, if it finished, actually let's do something. So if we go into, either click on the resource group here, or you can search for resource groups. Let's search for resource groups so you can see it. You go to resource groups, you search for that. I have a bunch, but you should go into the one that you created. Go to Boca Code RG. And then on this window, if you scroll a little bit, to down here, but it's not letting me scroll. It's too big. There you go. so you can see the resources that were just deployed inside that resource group. So there is the app service and then the service plan. Okay, so we just deployed these resources inside the resource group. So what we'll do now is let's go inside the app service. And then on the left side, let's go to deployment center. So we're inside the resources where we can configure any configuration for this particular resource comes here. And let's click on FTPS credentials. We're going to set up some credentials so we can upload the code into this application. So let's go to credentials. And then down here in user scope, let's select a username and a password. You can choose whatever you want. Any username and password that you want. Do whatever you want here.
And there's different ways of uploading or deploying applications. This is one, the FTP. We can also, if you're using Git or Azure DevOps, you can deploy.
But we're gonna use Git though.
We're gonna.
Yeah, from the Cloud Shell we're gonna do Git, but
Okay.
it needs to authenticate because it creates a local Git inside the app
Okay.
service, and then we authenticate into Git.
And you can do it directly also from Visual Studio
Right.
Code. So there's many.
There's multiple ways to deploy the code. Yeah. So once you have the user and the password, you click on save. And then in the next step, we're going to use this user and password to push the code into the web app. Okay? That's what we're going to do. Okay, so task 2 of the guide is all about downloading the source code of the application and then pushing it into this resource, to this app service. So if we open the Cloud Shell that we configured earlier, let's go into Cloud Shell. Make sure that you're in Bash mode on the top left. It says whether you're in Bash or PowerShell. It's the photo Bash mode. And then step 2 is about downloading the source code. So there is a command there that you can execute. Double check. Wait, let me delete this. Since I did this lab already, I'm deleting those files. So to show you again. But yeah, so the command is this: wget. We're gonna download from GitHub the source code for the application. Once it's downloaded, if you do ls, you can see the different files. You'll see that we just downloaded this to-do app, that zip. And now we're going to unzip that file. Make this a little bit bigger. Is that better? Are you in the guide? You can copy and paste. It says wget. Yeah, at the image. Go down. Go back. You're looking at the image. You go down task 2. You'll find the URL. Right, so now we unzip. So that's going to be the next command. Again, you can just copy and paste in step 3. Copy and paste here. And all this is doing is just unzipping that zip file into a folder called to do app. Paste, copy and paste, and once you do that, it unzipped the folder. So if we do ls, which is to list the directory, we'll see that we have the zip file that we originally downloaded and a folder called to do app. Any issues? I think Dario's gonna go there and help you guys. Okay. Might be easy. It's easier because you can copy and paste those commands. Give you guys a couple of minutes to catch up.
So, Idrissa online says that you're getting a storage creation failed error when you launch the Cloud Shell.
What error is she getting? Can she paste the error? So yeah, if you want to paste the error, then Dario can help me take a look at that.
Yeah.
All right, so continuing here, so now we have the folder that we just unzipped. If we go inside the folder, so we'll do a cd to do app to go inside the folder. So the first thing that we're gonna do is we're gonna configure. Are you guys familiar with Git? Which is
She didn't send error, right?
a way to manage source control. So we're gonna select again, just copy and paste those commands. The first command is your email address. You
What?
can change that to whatever your email is.
Oh,
You need this before you can push the code, so that's why we're doing it. You need to specify the an email address and a name. And then you paste the second command, which is your name.
what's the inclusive? What's the channel? The YouTube channel. How do I find it? So
So we configure just the email
yeah,
and
she needs
name.
to put a new name, different name. 'Cause that's Lily's name. How do I get back to the live stream? So I close it.
All right, now we're gonna do initialize this
This one?
directory as a Git, and again, Git there's be another course just on Git, so I can't go too deep into Git, but
You can come and take our course here.
there you go.
All
You
need to know about
you
Git.
take the course at Boca and they teach you all about Git, but again, it's a way to manage version control of your software, right, or any application that you have. So the first step with Git is always to initialize the repositories. We're going to git init. Then we're going to add all the files into the repository. Just copy and paste.
You can write
add dash A.
Is there a difference between using the dash A or if I use asterisk?
It's the same thing. Or dot is the other one. Period, I think, is the other way to add everything. Oh, he can did he try refreshing the screen? I've seen that sometimes. Just refresh the whole screen and open it again. You created already the user and the password in Deployment Center? You did that part. Okay. So yeah, if you go to in the Cloud Shell, right? Oh, just you need to type, click the Cloud Shell. You did this part already? The user and the password? Okay, so let's create the user. Go down and select the user name and a password. Whatever you want to use. All right, and type save on the top left. There's a save button. There you go. Oh yeah, I think you need a more complex password. And then go down and do it for the other one too. Go down, you need to do it twice. And then click save. What is it saying? Does not fit. Alright. But yeah, if he refreshes the Cloud Shell, should work now. So yeah, to answer your question, I think the add is the same thing as asterisk or period. Just add all the files into that commit, into that staging folder. And then the final is to commit. So we do a commit. It's actually underneath. Right here. If you want, I can. So what we're doing here is locally in this Cloud Shell, we downloaded the code, we unzipped it. Now we need a way to connect this or tell it what the remote Git location is, which is going to be our app service that we just created. So that is in step 7 is what it's doing, it's creating that remote. So you paste that command and then replace app name in both places here with the name of your application. So my application is this right here, Boca Code App AU. So I'm going to replace that Boca Code App AU, and then same here, Boca Code App AU. Once you do that, click enter. And the final step here is to actually push the code. So we downloaded it, we unzipped it, we downloaded it. Sorry, we downloaded it, we unzipped it. We created which one the remote location is, which is the app service that we created. And now we do a git push. Azure master, and this just pushes the code into Azure. It's going to ask you for a username and password. This is the username and password that we created earlier. So we can type that user and password, whatever you created. All right, so something didn't work here. Let's see what happened. URL not correct.
username. Just it needs to be unique.
The username?
If you already created a username before for a different resource, it won't let you.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's probably why then. Go with that, what that's proposing then. Let's try it again here. Authentication failed. Oh, wait. I have to do one here. And yep, now it's doing it. All right, so now it's compiling and pushing the code into the app service. See if it works. It's pushing for you?
Well, you enter the application store credentials when pushing the repository.
Yeah, when pushing, it's gonna ask you for the user and the password they created earlier. I've seen that
Yeah,
before.
so I'm not
You
signed
may
in.
need to. Let's see if it fails at the end. You try it again. I don't know why last time it was giving us the same issue. Something I don't know. It's a source code or something. Well, let's try it again. If
I got to that point, and now it's giving me the recursion from
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Last time we were having the same network issue. I don't know, something with.
It's looking for a specific resource.
Well, let's. If it doesn't work, just try it again because last time some people had the same issue and then just did it again and it worked. I've seen that issue before. Let's see if I get it or not. Working for you? Oh yeah. Good. Yeah, see? Yeah. It's something with the network. Last time it was the same issue, but after I tried it the second time it worked. Let's see.
You have to wait for it to exit, or can you cancel it while you try?
Uh,
Do Control C or
you should be able to do Control C, but I mean, if you wanna, it hasn't finished yet. At some point, it's gonna say it failed, and then you try it again. There's something with the network. I don't know exactly what. Last time, a couple of people had the same issue, the network issue. Yeah. But then it fails, and then you try it again, and it works. I don't know what it is. The person online that had the issue.
It was the name of the storage.
Oh, okay, good. Still seeing the same error? The network one, or did it fail finally?
Sure got an error. I canceled it.
Okay.
Now it says everything up to date, but I can't access it.
We need to just do a quick change because it's not uploading. So you need to do a like add a quick file or something and do a commit again,
Oh, okay.
and then a push because you're trying to do a push, but it's saying there is nothing to push because. So that's an error here. Okay. Let's see. It's working for you?
I
Yeah.
learned this in Boca code.
There you go. Is that a network issue that we were getting last time? I don't know why.
Network connection now.
Yeah, mine finally failed here. Let me try again. Alright, I'm gonna cancel this thread again. So I need to do a this works here.
So Teresa says they're getting the darn dependency error
I don't
online.
know why it's
Here, let me use this user credentials. Maybe it works when we have. Might give you email specifics on the account page, but let's see.
I don't know if it's get the version of Node.js that we use or something.
Oh yeah, because you tested this with.
With 10, yeah. And it doesn't seem to be available anymore, so I don't know if there's a dependency issue there. Yeah.
There we go.
Exactly. That's why you go with containers. Yeah. No, and everything worked last time that we did it here. Everything was working, but for some reason.
Between either of the doors. Oh, just outside? Yeah, yeah, it's in the hallway. Thanks. Yeah, they're saying they're getting an error because
Oh.
of the version of Node.js. But fix error. That's not it.
Yeah. Gonna have an issue with this app today.
Let's send that one.
Let me see, we can do something different here. Try something different here. Oh, but it's not gonna work with Linux now.
Just to let you guys know, we do have pizza on the way.
Perfect. Alright guys, so I think we're gonna have an issue with this app today. I apologize, but might be the Node version or something. Last time we did it with 10.4, it's not. Yeah, this one, but again, it's not. It seems to be something weird. But the idea here is once if we're able to get the push deployed into this application, and if you go back to overview of the resource, you see that you have a URL up here. I don't know if it's gonna work now because we try to deploy something, but if you copy that URL and go, this is the initial page when nothing is deployed into the web app. You're gonna get, you know, this is kind of the default page. The idea is that if we're able to get this code deployed, then right now it's not working. When you come here, you should see the to-do app. That's what we wanted to do here. There might be with the version of Node.js or something that is not working. Did anybody get it to work or not? We're all getting the same error? The same network error? Yeah, no, it's weird.
Like I said, it was an old app people did,
Yeah, and
months
it worked.
ago,
It worked perfectly with 10.4 last time that we did it here, but I don't know if with 12, 14 something changes. I don't know.
I don't know.
We-
I don't
and
have
we didn't test it
to
yet.
know. I don't know.
Yeah.
I just created it.
Yeah.
Yeah, we tested it and it worked, but
Idris is saying they think it's one of the ARM dependencies is now there.
potentially
So when it goes to build it in the cloud,
it fails
it's
because
failing because that Yarn dependency is
right. All right. So I think, but the idea with app services again is you push the code. You don't have to worry about managing the VM. Just tell it it's a Windows VM or Linux, and then push the code. There's multiple ways of pushing it. One way is what we're doing through Git. Other way is you connect your app service to GitHub. Let's say you have GitHub, you connect it to GitHub, and then anytime there's changes in your source code, automatically brings the code into your web app. There is also a way to deploy these in zip files, but for Windows app service plans. So in this case, that's not going to work, so we can't try that. Or FTP was kind of like the old way of pushing stuff, but you don't want to do that. There's better ways to do it now. So yeah, I don't think it's going to work. There's some issues there with the code, but let's do a quiz. And this one, we actually have a $25 gift card for the Microsoft Store. So if you want this T-shirt, Alex, this could be your opportunity, man.
not fast enough. About to do a quiz to win $25 gift card.
$25 gift card.
Same location.
Should be the same location. What I'm gonna do is let me reset the scores
Oh no, that's a bad idea.
because every quiz is different. Every quiz is different. It's gonna be the same code. But I'm just gonna reset the results from last time. So we start from scratch again in this second section. All right. Okay, so let's present here. Yeah, so same page, menti.com, same code, everything is gonna be the same. The faster you respond, the more points you get, and this one is for $25 Microsoft Store gift card. So hopefully you guys pay attention. Ready? Let me see. I only have 4 people joining here. 5. Okay. All right. Let's go. Question 6. Which of the following is not an Azure Compute Service? Virtual machine, container instance, Hyper-V server, or app service? Which one is not an Azure Compute Service? There you go. Hyper-V server is not. Not an Azure Compute Service. Okay. Next question. Something or ensures redundancy by distributing VMs across fault domains and update domains. Is it a highly available cluster, an availability set, a dual VM configuration, or an availability cluster? Availability set, that's right. So remember that what that ensures is that you have two VMs in two different racks in the data center. Next one. Which of the following is not true about VNets? Oh shoot, we didn't cover VNets. So why wasn't VNets in this section? All right, try to guess this one. I don't know why VNets was, I think it was hidden.
Oh, those knots. They're gonna
I
have a
hate
lot of
these
those
knots, you
Yeah.
know. I rush to put them correct.
Yeah, they'll have
Why wasn't?
The best. Yeah, I checked this up.
I do not know why VNets didn't come up because it is not hidden here, so. Let's see what happened. Went straight into the quiz, but there were three more slides that I had to cover here. So let me actually. That was my bad.
Using quantitative strategies, like if you have to guess.
Yeah, there you go.
The
Just
first one and
just
the last one
guess.
are the opposite. So you kind of know that it's either one of those. So there you get like 50-50 chance.
Let me double. 'Cause I don't know if there's questions here that might. Let me see what the next question is. I have to. I need to do this again. Yeah, no. All right, so we're gonna have to do this again, guys, because I didn't cover the slides. It's two more slides actually that I need to cover here before we do the quiz. Sorry about that. Let's talk about that really quick. I should have done that. And then we'll do the quiz again. Sorry about that. So there's two more services that we're gonna cover, or group of services: networking and storage. So when it comes to networking in Azure, this is again IaaS. We consider this IaaS because you gotta worry about the network, and this virtual network is where you would deploy your virtual machines and other services, and it gives you a private network in the cloud. Okay. So for companies, that's important. They want to be able to go to the cloud, but they want to have some private section for their services. So that's what a virtual network is going to give them. And then virtual private network gateways and express route are ways to connect their data centers to Azure. So when you go to Azure, initially it's just in the cloud. You know, it's in somebody's data center. But if you want to integrate your services that you have in your data center with Azure, you need to be able to connect those two. You know, we always say that Azure should be, you should think of Azure as an extension of your data centers. So you need to be able to connect those two, and the way you connect those two is either through a VPN, which is, if you guys are familiar with VPNs, it's just over the internet, you create a secure tunnel between the two locations, and data can flow through that tunnel. Or express route, which is more of a private type connection. So in this case, you go to a provider, you go to AT&T, Equinix, there's a bunch of different providers all around the world that we partner with, and you say, I want to connect to Azure, and they're gonna give you a private connection. So it's you know, they give you a cable, you know, connect this to your data center, and then that telecommunications provider is gonna route that privately over to Azure. Okay. So companies that are putting a lot of services in Azure, they usually have express route because again, it's a private connection, and it gives you low latency between Azure and your data center. So this is what a VNet is, and sorry about the question that came up earlier. Again, it's a logical isolation of a network address space in the cloud. If you're familiar with networking on premises or a traditional networking, there is a concept of subnets. So once you deploy a VNet in Azure, you can deploy subnets within that VNet. And the idea is that, for example, let's say you have an application that has some web servers and some databases in the back, or some back-end applications in the back. then you may wanna, one of the subnets you can make it that the servers are publicly exposed, so that they can be accessed from the internet. But then in the backend, those backend servers or databases, those might be in, a private subnet, and then you want to make sure that those servers are not exposed to the internet. But a VNet basically is an address space in Azure that is private to you, and then you can connect this VNet to other VNets, so you can create a mesh of VNets connected to each other. You can connect to your on-premises networks using ExpressRoute or VPN, as I mentioned earlier. So that's how your applications on premises can talk to the servers in these VNets, or to other cloud providers. So if most of my customers today are multi-cloud customers, so they're in multiple clouds, not only in Azure. So let's say they have something in AWS, then they can create a VPN tunnel between this VNet and a VPC in AWS, for example. And then that way, they can have resources talking from one cloud to the other. And what can be deployed within a VNet? So VMs is one example, or VMs, SQL VMs, SQL inside a VM. The app services that we just saw earlier, you can also deploy those in a VNet if you want to. Load balancers. So there's multiple type of resources that can be deployed in a VNet. I'm not going to go too much into detail on this, but a network security group is a way to protect how your resources inside a VNet. And you can think of it as a firewall. You can allow what type of traffic can hit those resources. If you have, for example, a web application in any of those VMs, and you need to enable port 80 HTTP, which is what allows the web traffic to come into the VM. So you can come into the network security group and say, port 80 is allowed to come into the subnet, for example. So that's what network security groups is, a list of security rules where you can allow or deny. So you can say this port, deny, they cannot come in here. A little bit about hybrid connectivity. So I mentioned this earlier. If you want to connect your network, your virtual network, to your on-premises data center, or to a different cloud, again, multiple ways of doing it. One is using VPN tunnels, so either a site-to-site where the whole network on-premises is connected to the virtual network, or a point-to-site where you have a client inside in your computer that you just double-click, connect, and then that connects your computer to that virtual network, or through ExpressRoute, and that will be more of a private type connection. And load balancers, another network concept that is used, that if you have, again, an application with multiple VMs in the back because you want to make it highly available, then you can put a load balancer in front, so that if, let's say, one of the servers in the back fails, then the traffic can be redirected to any of the other VMs. So this is a way to design highly available applications. And this would be, again, this is an IaaS type concept. When you design an application like this with VMs and load balancers, is an IaaS solution. An example of an architecture, and things can get very complex in Azure when you start having these multi-region applications with multiple components. You can think of Azure and any cloud as Lego pieces, right? So when you get a bunch of different Lego pieces, and then you got to put them together and stick them and connect this one to this one, and until something gets, a solution comes out. So here you go. So you have this is a typical 3-tier application, what we call, where you have VMs in the web tier that are supporting the traffic. In the back, you have maybe some application servers, and then your databases that are not exposed to the internet in one region, and then there is doing a replication into another Azure region. So again, this gets very complex. You don't need to know this for the test at all, just to show you guys how all these different components talk to each other. Here's the load balancers. So if the traffic comes, then the load balancer can send it to one of the VMs in the back. But these are advanced architectures that you're not going to be quizzed on that on the test. Okay. So now let's talk about storage services, and this should be the last two slides on the deck, and we'll try to do the quiz again. So when it comes to storing data in Azure, there's multiple ways of doing it. There is a concept of a storage account. Actually, there is a small lab on that, so we'll do that lab. A storage account allows you to store files in Azure. And then when you create a storage account, there is different types of data that you can store, or that you can store within that storage account. Blobs is just regular files, so you can think of it as OneDrive or Google Drive. You just drop files into a bucket, and then it's regular files. Azure files similar to blobs, but it's more for tradition. If you're familiar with on-prem environments and you know SMB, the SMB protocol, it was a way for companies to share files. Then that's pretty much an SMB type server in the cloud. It's a PaaS solution. We manage it. You don't have to worry about managing the servers. Tables is more for NoSQL type storage. So if you have a key per value type data that you need to store, Azure Tables is a good solution for that. And queues is more for when you have an application with multiple components and that application needs to talk to those components. A queue allows you to put messages in the middle and allow this component puts a message, and then component 2 picks out the message and does something with that. So it's a way for doing messaging between application components. And when you create a storage account, it's going to ask you, okay, how do you want the redundancy for this storage account? These are the 4 redundancy models that we have. One is locally redundant. And what does that is any piece of data that you put into the storage account is automatically replicated 3 times within the region. You don't have to do anything, automatically replicates 3 times. So that's for redundancy purposes, right? So if let's say one of the data copies fails or gets lost or whatever happens, you have the other 2 copies available. Zone redundant means that that piece of data, let's say you upload a picture, that picture is replicated in 3 different availability zones. So again, if a whole data center goes down, or is destroyed for whatever reason, your data still lives in the other 2 data centers. Okay. Geo-redundant storage actually creates 6 replicas, 3 in one primary region, and then 3 in the secondary region. Okay, so there is actually 6 copies of your data stored. And then read access geo-redundant is pretty much the same as geo-redundant storage. The only difference here is that in geo-redundant, we create a copy on the secondary region, but you don't have access to that secondary region unless something happens and the whole primary region goes down, then you can access your data in the secondary region. With read access geo-redundant, the same thing happens. 3 copies are created here, 3 copies are created here, but you also have read-only access into the secondary region. So if you're designing a multi-region application and you want the users to be able to access the data closest to them, this is a good solution where they could, they can connect to the secondary region, or your application can take them to the secondary region, and it's going to be faster for them to load any data there than coming all the way to the primary region. And again, depending on your application, your requirements, the cheapest solution is going to be all the way to the left, locally redundant. If you need a multi-region application, then you may go with something like this. All right, so let's do this quick lab. I think this one's a quick one, and this one should work. It's a very simple lab. Let's go to AKS.ms Boca Lab 4. AKA.ms. Oh, I lost it there. Sorry. AKA.ms / Boca Lab 4. Let's do this lab, and then we'll take. You got it? Yeah, we're gonna do it together. This one should work. I don't expect any issues with this one. And what we'll do is just create a storage account so you guys can see how that works. So if you're in the portal, we have this resource created. By the way, let's delete this resource because it's taken away from your credits. So if you're still in the resource here, you can come and to delete. You type the app name, Boca code app AU. And that's going to delete both the web app and the service plan. Click delete. That way you stop paying for that. I mean, right now you have the credits, but you don't want to use those credits for that. It's aka.ms. Let me put it here. You want the link for the lab you were asking, or?
No.
Okay.
What's the app for?
No, that's for the
Whatever you named it. So
Okay.
yeah, you got it. All right. So put this here. All right, so let's go ahead and do this. So if you're in the portal, let's following the guide. It says to go to all services. If you click over here and go to all services, and again, there's multiple ways of getting to the same place in the portal. You can just search for storage accounts here, saying to go to all services, and then click on storage accounts here. So we're gonna click there. Click create. What's up? Yes. Then subscription, again, you're always gonna get asked where do you want to deploy this. So I'm gonna select my subscription, and then a resource group, whatever you want to name it. I'm sorry, with the resource group that you selected earlier, you can deploy there. You can use that one. Yeah. A new one, or you can use the one that you created before. Up to you. And then let's name this storage Andres Boca code. You can name it whatever you want, as long as it is a unique name. Then the region where you want to deploy it, East US in my case. Go with standard storage. Premium is if you require low latency, but standard should be fine. And here's where it's gonna ask you about the redundancy. So with local redundant, geo redundant, zone redundant. These are the redundancy models that we talked about earlier. Right. So if you go with geo zone redundant, it's going to be more expensive because you have to, every piece of data gets replicated into the other region. So it's more expensive. But let's go with locally redundant. Since we want to save those credits. And then click and review and create. So again, before we create, it's always going to give you kind of like a confirmation of what's going to happen here. We're going to create a storage account, the name of the storage account, and any configurations. We didn't configure any of this. We left everything as default. So once you confirm that that's what you want, you can click on create. And again, on the top right, it's going to show you that the status of that deployment. always mine. Oh, now mine finished. All right. So if you click on go to resource here, it's gonna take you straight to the resource that we just deployed, the storage account. And then you see where within data storage all the different services that we talked about. So in a storage account you can deploy containers, file shares, queues, and tables. Those are the four types of storage services that you have available in a storage account. So for this lab we're gonna work with containers. So if you go to containers, and then you click on plus add a container. And then you can select, name it whatever you want. My container. It says to do it privately. I'm not gonna do it public, so I'll show you guys something. I'm gonna do a public container. A public container means that anything that you upload, you can access from anywhere. And there's not gonna be any authentication or anything like that. So I created a container. And then we're gonna go inside the container and it's asking us to upload an image or download it from, you say, open a new browser and go to Bing, of course, and download an image. And then you can upload it to the VM. So I think I have an image already that I can upload here. Okay, so I'm gonna upload. Upload. Select the files. We're gonna select file here. Let's click this one, for example. Open it. And then we can upload the file. It gets uploaded into a storage account. Yeah, so that's the storage for, yeah. The client tool you install on your computer, and you can drag and drop files into your storage account and that kind of stuff. All right, so now that we have this file uploaded, if you click on the file, you should got a URL. Since my container is public, I don't know if you create it public or privately, but if you create it public, well, it's gonna work for you guys because you're authenticated anyway. But if I give this URL to anybody in the world and they come into this URL, then they can, see the image that I uploaded into a storage account. So there you go. So you guys can try it yourselves too. Just take the URL. Now, if you guys create the container as private and you give the URL to anybody and they try to open it, it's not going to work for them because they need to authenticate into Azure for them to load it. Mine is a public container, so I can give this to anybody and they should be able to open this picture.
So like a private one, what would that authentication look like?
There is something called access keys in the storage account, and that's what you would use to authenticate into that storage account. So when you create your application, let's say in Python, and you want to connect to the storage account to access some files, you need to provide that access key or do something called service principals in Azure.
But is it URL you prompted, or when you go to Azure?
When you visit the URL, it's gonna give you would have to authenticate first into Azure, and then that would give you access into the storage account. But usually the way the storage account works is your application that is going to talk to that. So you wouldn't give a customer the access, the URL to a storage account. It's your web app. You have, let's say, your web app that we were talking about earlier, and then this is the one that talks to the storage account in the back. Yeah, so you have files for your application here and pictures and folders, right? Your users would come here. You authenticate your users in the web app, and then the web app is the one that has this conversation with the storage account. The user never comes straight to the storage account in general.
And usually you can deploy the storage account into a VNet that can only be accessed by that web app.
I mean, you could if you wanted to, but again, you would have to give this user, the access keys to get into the storage account and all that. So the way you do it is you manage all the authentication here, and your web app is the one that is talking to it. So if this user wants a picture, web app go grab the picture and send it back to. So you would code it in your web app to have this communication with the storage account.
Oh, okay.
Make sense?
And then you should create a SaaS token for it.
Right.
It's a URL that operates as a token, so anyone can access that if they have the whole URL. That has an expiration date, so that URL will work for some amount of time.
Teresa's asking, how is the storage being built?
It's built by,
Can you pick up the mic?
But I don't understand that question though.
how do we build for storage?
Oh, build. Okay, yeah.
So we build by how much the size of what you are
There is
using.
multiple
Yeah.
items. So
There's a
one is
calculator.
how much storage you have in the storage account, and then by transaction too. Every time you
Yeah.
go and retrieve an object, there is some transaction cost.
There's some.
So the
I
best
think
way to do it,
the first like 1,000 or 10,000 transactions are free, and then after that it's like $5 per 10,000 transactions.
right? So
So
there's
if
some
you are
people-
downloading like images all the time or uploading images all the time, you get charged for that and for the space you use.
So there's something called the Azure pricing
Yeah.
calculator, and actually, if we have time, we cover it at the end. But quickly, if you go into the calculator here, and I don't know why it's not loading. There you go. Then you can select any Azure service that you want. Since you brought it up, let's pick up a storage account so you guys can see really quickly. And I know we got a break from lunch, so after this we'll take a break. So here, storage account. So you select the service that you're interested in pricing to get an estimate. So it's being added down here. And then you select, okay, I want my storage account in East US with this performance, LRS redundancy, how much capacity you think you're gonna use. So this one's 1 terabyte. Do you want a pay-as-you-go model? Yes, and then it's gonna be about $20 per month.
And this is the operation.
Yeah, so here's the number of transactions.
Per 10,000 operations.
So if you think you're gonna be, accessing more, these are the different things you gotta consider. The read operations.
For example, I work on a proof of concept for a customer that was migrating terabytes of data from one system to Azure. So we created a integration solution that was using the REST APIs from storage, from Azure storage. So they have the files, they put them in Azure files, and then it was to upload. So it was reading and reading the file and going to the REST API, getting the file, and then moving it to the right place. Right? So every time that you call that API, it was like 10 operations that happened. Right? Because you get like a dev, and then you get like, depending on the size of the file, you get a lot of pools, right? So it goes to transfer the file to the cloud. So that's how you get charged. But to give like an example, if you get like 10 petabytes of data, that would be like $100,000 a month. So it can get expensive if you have a lot of data.
Teresa said thank you, understood.
Perfect. Yeah, so pricing calculator is a tool to go to estimate how much it's gonna cost you any of these resources. But anyway, I think the last step in the lab, really quickly to show you, is just the monitoring section. Every resource in Azure usually has a monitoring section. Let me go back here, to the left. So you go back to the storage account. It's taking you to the monitoring. So usually here at the bottom you have the monitoring, and you can go into insights. They should tell me, what's going on with this resource. So the transactions, we had a couple of transactions.
You store log. There's a certain limit that you have, like maybe 20,000 transactions per second, and then you start getting latency. So like these systems that are like touching storage log, they need to monitor this. If they reach limit here, they create another storage and load balance through the storage account.
Right.
It's more complex, right? But with a few files, then you will start to do that. Once you start doing a lot of transactions, you'll see how the response times hold up. You start getting different estimation errors for the code and all that.
Yep. So you can see all the different charts here showing the, for the file that we uploaded, and we went to retrieve it, and all of those things. All right, guys. Let's take lunch, and then when we come back, we'll do the quiz again. Now you at least saw the first 2 questions, so. You can delete it. Yeah, let's delete it. We're not gonna use it anymore. So let's go back to overview. Delete. And then you need to type the name of the storage account. So in my case is storage, Andres, Boca code. Delete. And you see, this is the big benefit of the cloud, is the experimentation, right? You can quickly create resources, try it out. Oh, it didn't work, delete it. You're done. You stop paying. So, any questions so far?
Pizza should literally be here in a couple of minutes.
Oh, it's not here yet. Oh, so you guys want to do the quiz really quick while the pizza's here? Okay. So let's take the quiz really quick, and then we'll do the pizza. So now you know 2 of the questions. So I'm gonna do this again. Alright guys, let's give this a try again. Sorry about that, I forgot that we had a couple of slides to present before this. So menti.com, I think you guys are already connected, but just double check that it still shows up in your laptop. Alright? Alright, let's do it. Which of the following is not an Azure Compute Service? Virtual machine, container instance, Hyper-V server, app service. Yeah, but the thing is that I forgot that there were
Now we should all know the answer.
Yeah, you should all know the answer for this. And somebody didn't. All right. Now remember, it's about how fast you respond to this too. So, all right. So yeah, Hyper-V server is not an Azure Compute Service. Next. $25, Microsoft Store. Okay. What ensures redundancy by distributing VMs across Fold app and update domains? All right, so availability set. You guys need that one. Okay, let's go to the next one. Which of the following is not true about VNets? All right. 5 got it right. Yeah, so which one is not true? Yeah. Subnets can contain one or more VNets. It's the other way around. So the VNet contains the subnet. It's not the other way around. Okay? What Azure storage service would you use to store images? Tables, blob storage, queues, or folders? Or Azure folders? You
You
want
also have frame,
French? Yeah. All right, blob storage. That's right. There is no Azure folders. That does not exist. No, it doesn't exist. That was a tricky question, but yes, blob storage. All right, last question, and let's see who gets a $25 gift card from Microsoft Store. Last question in this section here. Something extends your on-premises network in Azure over a private connection facilitated by a connectivity provider. What's that? Private, yeah. So is it a VPN, express route, private virtual connection, or express gateway? Express route it is. Express route is the way to connect your data center to Azure using a private connection. All right, let's see who won. $25. Wait. Alex, you wanted that T-shirt, man.
Yes, I was
All right.
faster this
right?
time.
Get the last one right.
I got all of them.
Okay, the last one right.
But I was
Roll.
faster this time. Because I hear you clicking over there. I'm like, oh, I gotta go faster.
All right. Cool, guys. So let's take, so what time is 12:20 until 1:20? Get some pizza and come back. I think the pizza's almost here, so. And I'll, let me
Gotta get my Microsoft.
give me your email address. I'm going to send you the gift card.
Excellent, thank you.
So if you're online, we're going to take a 1 hour break. We'll be back in about 1:20. Thank you.
So should I? How do I hide this thing? The zoom.
You don't have to worry about it because it's not showing up on the video.
Hide video panel.
Yeah.
Hide names. There. I think we're waiting for. Are we waiting for someone else, or we're
I think you can go ahead.
all here, right? I'm gonna. I'm gonna shut this down. Unless you guys prefer with music. Okay. So in this module, we're gonna cover Azure Core Solutions, and let's go ahead and. Sorry.
I forgot to ask in the first part,
Yeah.
is it possible for us to get a copy of these slides?
Yeah, I would think that we can send a PDF.
Excellent.
Yeah. Yeah. So in this module, we're gonna cover different solutions we can build or things we can use around Azure to accomplish different things, right? So we have Internet of Things, which is IoT. We have Synapse Analytics and Databricks, AI and machine learning. There's serverless components and also DevOps and GitHub, right? So each one of these are going to be basically covering different aspects of a solution, right? So, sorry, these slides are coming. Okay. Okay. So first, when we started with the cloud, right? So the first thing that happened is, okay, we're going to have, as it says there, globally available unlimited compute resources, right? So before the cloud, it was all on premise. You buy your servers, you buy you put in the data center, you put your applications there. You need more CPU, more VMs. You need to buy more servers, and so forth, right? So about, I would say, like maybe like 15 years ago, this cloud notion started to appear. So basically, the whole idea there is to have unlimited, right? There's always a limit, but unlimited amount of resources that are available on a click of a button, right? So after that, we start seeing, okay, so in the real world, there's scenarios where we have a lot of devices across the world, right? And then they need to communicate and send some information to a centralized place to get processed, right? So that's where IoT comes to place. And if you see the slide here, you see like a truck sending data. We see like maybe like elevators on a building sending data. The power plants that Andres was talking about sending data to a place where it can be processed and get some analytics and then act on it, right? Then when that happened, right, we put IoT, and what we encounter is that, okay, I get a power plant, or I get like 1 million elevators in New York. They're all sending data every half a second. They're collecting a lot of different events, and they're sending that to the cloud. And that becomes costly in terms of data transfer. That also becomes an issue where there's latency, and it becomes very chatty, right? So the next thing that happened there is there's this edge notion, right? So you got you can do some processing of that data on the edge, which means before that data travels to the cloud, you can do some processing on site, right? So imagine you have like a power plant. Before all those like millions of data points travel to the cloud, you can do some calculations over there, get some results, and then send it, right? And then also with all that data, we need to use AI, right? Artificial intelligence, to on the edge and in the cloud as well to get some decisions to take some decisions on what's going on with those devices, right? And then there's one more thing, there are the digital twins, right? Once we have, we say, okay, we can install devices, we can connect devices to the cloud, send a lot of events, data to the cloud, and also processing on edge. Sometimes that becomes hard to test because you need to go and put the real device and install it and run your application there to get some of that data. So there's this notion of digital twins, where digitally you can create a device and then basically use it as an emulator kind of thing, right? So in IoT, there's three major components, right? We have Azure IoT Central, which is a SaaS offering, right? It's fully managed, and that if you want to connect devices, monitor the devices, manage them, and using Azure IoT Central, it's much simpler than using kind of like the next step there, which would be Azure IoT Hub, right? Azure IoT Hub, it will be a PaaS offering, right? And in there you have more control around security and other aspects, right, of IoT, right? So if you're going to create something complex, you will end up using IoT Hub. If it's something a little bit simpler, it will be IoT Central. Personally, I only use IoT Hub. I never use IoT Central. So yeah, I don't have experience there on IoT Central. So IoT Hub, right? We have on this side, we have our devices, right? That could be sensors that we have in different places. For example, it could be a refrigerator, it could be anything, right? You put a sensor, and then that will communicate to our IoT hub. This IoT hub will live in the cloud, and then from there, it could go to different places, right? So I have experience working with this on personal projects, right? So for example, I got Raspberry Pi, which is like a mini computer. It's like this size, and in there you can plug sensors, right? For example, in my own personal experience, I plug humidity sensor, temperature sensor, and other sensors, right? So you deploy your code there. That for me was running Linux. I did .NET .NET Core that runs in Linux. So reading those sensors, you get a bunch of information, and then you send it through with IoT Hub SDKs. You send it to the cloud, and then that goes. In my case, it was going to an event hub, which would be this one here, right? So it's going into an event hub, right? So basically sending the messages from the devices to an event hub, and then I have, you can have, in this case, an Azure function. In this case, instead of going through an event hub, it's going to storage, and then it has like some machine learning reading through the storage, right? So there's a lot of possibilities, right? So basically what this will help you is connect your devices to the cloud, be able to manage your devices, be able to monitor your devices. I can send a particular message to one device, basically saying reset or update firmware, and you'll see all your devices that are connected to your hub, and allows the communication between them. Any questions on this? No? Great. So this will be a more, I would say, complex architecture on an IoT solution. We'll have the different devices we have there. Let me see if I do this. Works? Yeah. So these are our different devices. And here we have IoT Edge. With IoT Edge, what it will do some compute on the edge before it travels to Azure, right? Uh, then it will be sent basically through the cloud gateway to IoT Hub. Once it goes to IoT Hub, it has different paths here. I didn't create this architecture, but what I can understand from here, it's going to Databricks. I guess that it's sending some of that as create some files, and it will be analyzed by Azure Databricks. At the same time, it's going to Blob, can go to SQL Data Warehouse, Cosmos, and others. You can have Power BI to actually get some reports out of that data, and you can, in this case, presentation layer could be web application, mobile applications, and also you can have Azure functions that will react on the events, right? So a real life scenario, you have, imagine you have a sensor in your car, right, that measures oil, right? And once oil is like, I don't know, it can measure the amount of miles you have. When it gets to 4,000 miles, it can send a message, and then that you can have an Azure function that reacts to that message. Actually, it will send your mileage all the time, and once it's 4,000, an Azure function will spin up, and when it checks, oh, it's 4,000 miles for this type of car, it needs to do a service, right? And that can send a message, an email, or something.
Teresa wants to know how the IoT device communicates with the cloud gateway. Is it like via REST API?
It's not REST API. It will communicate through, there's a protocol, MQTT. Yeah, there's a protocol that it will use to communicate. Yeah, and there's two ways, MQTT, and there's another way, I don't remember exactly which one it was. But yeah, it will go over the internet, over that protocol. Yep. So we'll get to the first lab on IoT Hub. So if you guys go to akams/Boca Lab 5, we'll get into that one. It's a nice lab. I'm gonna do it too. And I didn't do this one before. So. Let's see, I didn't. So first thing, we need to create an IoT Hub resource. So let's go and do that. Okay, once it wants us to choose a particular pricing tier, which will be standard tier. So let's be sure we choose that one. Okay, this is nice here. You can see it shows here the cost, what you get for that cost. So for standard tier, you get 400,000 messages per day, costs $25 a month, right? If you get to standard tier 3, you get 300 million messages a day and costs $2,500 a month. So, and then you can increase units to get even more messages. So I would think that this is the max. 3 billion messages a day, and that will cost $25,000 a month. So for us, we're going to standard and create. Everyone was able to create it, the IoT Hub. Okay. So I guess it takes time for me. It's not. What? Yeah. Where should I be? Ah, okay. Ah, okay.
Yeah, that's why I like to use my personal one back here.
I can maybe able to remove the preview. Okay. What I noticed is they changed the logo, right? When you
There is a new logo.
yeah. So do you have it created? It's still creating it? Okay. So after that, what we're going to do is we're going to add devices to it, right? So you get your IoT hub, and then you need to add devices, and that will get us a connection string to put in the device to be able to connect to that particular IoT hub. Yeah. Raspberry Pi. I actually use. Sorry. I was. No, I just wanted to play with it. I wanted to create. Well, I created it. My idea was to create a thermostat and collect like per second metrics just to generate data. So letting it run for a day just generates a huge amount of data. But I started with an Arduino board, that's just like a C. You program it in C, and it's just very low level. So the whole thing had like, I think like 256 kilobytes of memory, the whole thing, to put your program plus run, right? So I did the same thing that IoT Hub does, right? But I needed to program myself, and I didn't have so many features. So then because I was doing this maybe 8 years ago, and then using the Raspberry, I use other boards, but then with the Raspberry Pi, it's just like I put a Linux, you just connect to it. It's a machine, and then .NET Core works fine because I used .NET Mono before, which is a version of .NET that you can run in Linux, but that had like a lot of bugs. So then when I use IoT Hub, the good thing about it is I had like 3 of those, and I could send messages to each one of them. I can see which one is online, which one is not. Update firmware remotely, and then the communication, you just go through an SDK. It's pretty simple, so makes a lot of sense. And it really is not expensive, right? because we're seeing they're like sending like 3 billion messages these days. Yeah, that would be for like 400,000 messages per day. But if you are GE, you're sending like billions and billions of messages, but at the same time you're GE, so maybe $20,000 a month is nothing. So yeah. Okay, so once I don't know what. Okay, this that's weird. Maybe someone put the same name as me. This didn't like it 100%. It's giving an error with the name. A resource with this name already exists,
Put your, like, put dash your initials.
but I need to create it again. Okay. So you guys have it created? Okay. So the next thing, I'm creating another one because mine it's giving me an error. But let's see if oh, it's better now. Okay. So next step, we're going to add a device to it. So if we go to IoT devices, okay. I don't know why I'm getting this. IoT devices new. And we're just gonna put a name to it. So I'll do Raspberry Pi X. You can check different authentication types. In this case, I believe we're gonna keep symmetric key, but let me validate. Actually, it's not talking about it, so just leave it like that. Okay, so it's creating the device. So if you have a lot of devices, there's ways to import them, right? If you're creating like 10, 20 devices, you can create it this way. Okay, so the device is created. We go to the device, and then we're gonna get the connection string for it, right? Which is this one. This is my connection string. So we're gonna get it. So we can see the connection string. We copy the connection string. Next, we're gonna go to AKAMS Rust. What was the URL? AKAMS Rasp Pi. So that's the URL for it. So that would be an emulator for a Raspberry Pi. So this is how the board looks like. I was going to bring one, but I forgot this morning. Yeah. Okay, so close this guy. So how the Raspberry Pi works is it has all these pins here, right? And those pins have it's like an in and an out, I believe. And then you just plug it to the different sensors, and then you can read the pin, right? So if you plug, for example, a temperature sensor, it will return, depending on the temperature, there's different sensors, right? And I'm not an electric engineer, so this may not be 100% right, but different sensors, when you read them, they can have different voltage, and then the voltage you do math with it, and then with that you get like the temperature, right? So there's temperatures sensors, analog and digital, and so with that you can do it. So you see here, this is it's reading a temperature and humidity sensor. Anyways, okay. So let's. So in line 15, we need to change our connection string. So if we go to the emulator, we go to line 15, we just paste here the connection string. And if you see here, for example, the LED, this LED is on pin 4, right? So those are things that you need to configure when you do this. Okay, so next step, we put that there, and then we just need to run it, and we're gonna get data. And run. Yeah. Oh, yeah. And then basically data most likely is going to be sent, in this case is a JSON, and it's just sending the data, right? And on the other, if we create the other side of this application, right? We create the server, or it's going to be in the cloud. It's going to be listening to that hub, that you can go to an event hub. It's going to be listening to that. So each message, it will get into your code, and you can do something with it, right? Either you can store it in a database and then create some analytics and do machine learning and send a technician to a particular place to fix a problem, or you just can do statistics or just see the temperature, and that's it, right? So that's the whole idea. So that is the lab. Any questions? Did it work for you guys, or? Okay, it's the next part. Okay, I didn't see that. Sorry. Okay. So if we go to, that's why I was talking all the other side, because I didn't see the. Okay, so if we go to the IoT hub, we go to overview. We're going to see that there are some messages that got here. So these are the messages that we receive. We received like 11 messages, and these basically are the metrics, right? That we got. So we received 11 messages from one IoT device, and if we keep adding more devices, you'll see more devices there. And it's been a while since I'm playing with this, but most likely we can go into a device and send a particular message to a device and things like that. But you click that. Yeah, message to device, and then you can do all this. The thing is that on the device itself, I'm not waiting for anything, right? You need to have an event handler that it will read a message you're gonna send, right? But if we put in that emulator, we create that event handler. I send a message. Basically, a function in my code will spin, will basically receive that and can take some action, right? That could be from here. I could I could reset the device or turn on a LED, things like that. So it's pretty cool to do all this without IoT. How you need to do it manually? It's a lot of programming, right? And it's prone to errors, and this is already done basically. Okay. So, any questions?
Where would you go to see the data?
The data?
Yeah.
Well, now the data is not. I believe that the data is not going anywhere, right? At this point, it's just we need to connect it to. Let me see. So, what we will need to do. Yeah. Yeah, but I don't. Sorry. Yeah, the data will be here, but then we need to send it somewhere, right? Or someone needs to read it. In this case. Okay. Uh, do you know how to get it from here, Andrew? Sorry?
Usually the way you bring the data into the top and you have one device on the other side can
Yeah.
not training.
Yeah, exactly. So you do. So how I done it myself is you get that connection string and you just read it from there, right? And not that one. There's another one, and you just read it from there. Yeah, we saw that it was on IoT devices, but it will be to the hub, not to the particular device. Sorry. Yeah, here. So if you use this endpoint, the messages will flow there, and then you can read them from there. Yeah. Yeah. So that goes. So that goes to this slide, basically. If that goes to this slide, right? So the message comes from the device through IoT hub, and then it needs to be read. This is event hub, and this is bless you, and this is storage, right? So you just put it there, and then something else read it, right? Well, yeah, this one I believe that hot path is it will act right away, and cold path it will go to the right. It will go to the blob, and then you read it whenever.
For example, the example that I mentioned earlier on the GPU, right? We have the chart or the data, and then the hot path is data coming in. You need to run analytics to see if something's going on, and analytics is right away, otherwise you're not gonna get it. You know what I'm saying? So I would you need to make it like right away, and you put the data, you run the analytics. The cold path is we're gonna store this data, and then once we have 3, 4 months of data, we're gonna run a batch of data. Maybe
Yeah.
build improve our prediction algorithms and things like that. But all that data is being stored in storage on the server.
Yeah.
You just store it, then in a month or 2 months, take all the data and then do something with that, build the representations or
Yeah.
whatever. Hot path is data coming in, streaming, and we need to make a decision about it.
Yeah, that's why that one is event hub and then a function that will react to each event. And the cold path is storage, and I believe that this is machine learning, right?
Yeah.
And then machine learning of that. So as you mentioned, they collect data and then you analyze. I think that we were here. Okay, let's continue. Any questions on the lab? Everyone got it to work? Yeah? Awesome. So next would be big data and analytics, right? We have 3 services here. Azure Synapse Analytics, which is the new name for the data warehouse, right? It was called before SQL Data Warehouse, huh? now it's called Azure Synapse Analytics, and this is for, all three are for big data, so imagine that huge amount of data, petabytes of data, right? So that would be more, Synapse would be more on SQL data warehouse. Then we have HD Insights, that it was still called Hadoop, or it's just now called HD Insights? I don't know. It's Hadoop, okay. Okay.
There's a question from the good side. It said, I heard that of the big three cloud providers, Azure is the only one that can provide geospatial context for data, including IoT data. Is that true? I'm not sure.
I don't know.
Checking that out.
What geos? Uh, yeah, I don't know. I will need to research that, but we can take
Geospatial data too, so I'd be surprised.
we can take it as an offline. I mean, it should be. Yeah, and then we have yeah, HD Insights, and then Azure Databricks, right? All of them are just big data and analytics services.
Anybody here working with data? Big data, just a little. Sorry. Yeah, so when you have like massive amount of data, you need to process your data and run analytics. This is where this came from. Regular SQL data is kind of fluid. You know, your dashboard and survey is kind of fluid. You need hundreds of VMs perfectly balanced. You know, plus you need batch data, you have to solve it to analyze that. So that's what Hadoop, HDE is for the complicated. But I'm talking about a lot of data and I need to what you're getting now, right?
Come on.
Might want to mic up first. Sorry.
But yeah, so that's what this would be for.
Then we have AI and machine learning, right? Yeah.
Yeah, Databricks, what's that about versus previous
So I'm not an expert on this area. Maybe.
So Synapse Analytics is more, Synapse is more of a data warehouse. So you think about a company that, you know, is aggregating all the data from different systems into one single place, you know, where they can then run reports and things like that. So that's kind of more of a traditional data warehouse architecture. Databricks gives you a nice interface over Apache Spark, which again is a big data, so it's more for unstructured data. So if you have a lot of files that you need to process, or you know, a lot of unstructured data, you would use something like Databricks. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Those are good use cases. While a traditional data warehouse is just, you know, tables, structured data that a company needs to put together in one place.
AI and machine learning, right? So Azure Machine Learning, it's a PaaS offering, and it's used to train and deploy machine learning models. So basically, you have a bunch of data, right? And you can create a model out of it, and then you train it to get a prediction on the future, right? So something, and he's doing a master's on data science, so he will correct me if I'm wrong, but imagine that you can get predictions, okay, at certain hour and certain temperature, McDonald's may sell more Coke than Sprite, you know, stuff like that. So you get a bunch of data from different places, and then you can create a model that can predict that. So I'm working on a, well, not me, I was working with someone else that they working with a partner, and the partner solution is they have IoT devices in different fast food restaurants, right? So did you hear about that one?
No, I don't
Maybe
think I
Umar told you, but so they have IoT devices in different fast food restaurants. So when they are scanning how many people is walking on the street, how many people get in, right? The you know, male or female, age group, and then with that they can predict if they need to put more burgers on to cook or not, right? So instead of it's 12 o'clock, let's put a lot of burgers, but then no one is on the street, or it's really hot, or it's raining, and then they need to throw them away. This, between IoT and machine learning, they can understand with the different variables if they should put more food in, they need to cook more food or not, right? So that's where all comes together, right? Then cognitive services, how can, if I need, in that same example, how can I bring cognitive services, right? Basically, cognitive services, let's go through this first, but enables applications to hear, speak, understand, and interpret what the user needs, right? So if you need to, how do we know with that device that we put, that could be a camera, that what we have in the camera is a person, right? So we would use cognitive services, which is another PaaS service, to understand the image, and from the image that there's like two persons. One has like a black shirt, the other one has a blue shirt, right? And there's a cat, right? So all that comes from cognitive services, and I'll talk more about cognitive services in the next slides, right? But yeah, it's very powerful, and it gives a lot of ability. I work on a project where it was for the power company of Texas, right? They created this solution that I helped them build. They had drawn, well, it's like, I don't know if they have it deployed, but that was the solution. They have drones that take pictures on lighting poles, right? On transformers. And they wanted to get those pictures analyzed by cognitive services through something that is called custom vision, and see if a transformer is leaking oil or not. And if it's leaking oil, then, or if the pole is like bent, they send someone to fix it, right? So before it happens. So that's another example of cognitive services. And then Azure Bot Service, it's a service that helps you create bots, right? So when you go into your bank webpage and you chat to a representative, most likely the first 5 minutes of the conversation you're having with a bot, right? And there are different type of bots. There's one that is Q&A. There's one that's called Q&A Maker, and there's like multiple type of bots that are very, very powerful. Any questions on these guys? Okay, cognitive services. So basically, how can we talk to cognitive services is through REST APIs and SDKs, right? So basically, we send. There's different type of services we have inside cognitive services, but in the case of vision, we send an image. It will analyze it. It will use a model to analyze it, and it will return some JSON saying the probabilities for each one of them, right? So for example, I send an image of the roof of a roof. It will tell me, well, it has solar panels, it has again air conditioning, it has broken tiles. You know, that's stuff that you may need to program, right? But if I send an image of this class, it will tell me 100% there's like 8 people, right? There's chairs, there's laptops, there's a window, and there's a tree outside, you know? So you get like probability for all of that. And with that, you can get, then you can take actions, right? There's services as form recognizer, right? You upload a form, and it recognizes different places on the form, right? We have like probably 50 different things on cognitive services, right? If we see the catalog, we have the main pillars with vision, the one that I was talking. Speech, we have text to speech, speech to text. We have language, we something called Louis. We have, I think that like 35 different languages that we support right now. We have web search and then decision. And I think that in this slide, these are all the different services we have. I'm not going to talk through all of them because I don't know all of them. I work with some of them. but for example in vision, right? Uh, Object scene and activity detection, right? You can put a picture and it will tell you there's people playing basketball, right? So it can get you that. Face recognition, uh, landmark recognition, you can put a picture, it will tell you is the Eiffel Tower, right? So emotion, OCR, which means, for example, working with one of a big bank, they create a whole system that all contracts that are written by hand, they upload them to to this, and it analyzes the contract and basically converts it to JSON, so it can be digitalized that way, right? Uh, and so forth. Then speech, we have speech to text, text to speech, custom voice, and real-time speech translation. There's like many services there. Language detection. There's some of these are pretty cool for companies. For example, PII detection for if you have a bot and somebody puts the social security number, it will recognize that there's a social security number. It will hide it, right? So that's important for companies, right? So yeah, it's very powerful, and it brings a lot of ability to developers. Then next we have serverless computing, right? And in here we have two services that we have. Azure Functions, basically it's event-based code, right? That will run as a service for you. And then Logic Apps is again also it's event-driven, but this will be more of a workflow, right? So if you're a developer and you want to have event-driven functionality, you will use most likely Azure Functions. If you are more a DevOps person, you will use Logic Apps, right? And when we talk about serverless, it's still running on a server, right? It's not that there's no server. So it's still running on a server. It's still, I mean, there's a categorization as serverless, but still a PaaS service, right? You don't need to worry about infrastructure. You don't need to worry about patching or anything like that. But it's even simpler than creating the web app, right? And most likely this will be event driven, which means something happened. I want to run 10 lines of code and shut it off, right? Also, serverless it's cheaper than PaaS, and it's cheaper than infrastructure as a server. Although if you have a serverless application that is running 24 hours because you keep sending traffic all the time, it may become more expensive, right? But we have microsecond billing on that. So if you imagine I run like 3,000 functions, like 10 lines functions, it may be like it may be like 30 cents to run that, right? So it's very convenient and it's really fast, and also it supports all different languages. We have maybe 7 or 8 languages that we support there. And then the Logic Apps, basically what we have there is really good for integrate different pieces of solutions, right? Imagine I have a solution that puts files on storage, and then from there I want to extract some lines of the file, send an email to support, and create a workflow somewhere else, or call a function, or put something in the database. So Logic Apps has connectors, so we can create it has triggers and connectors. So the trigger will be a file gets created in storage. And then with that, we have connectors to other things, and then we can do actions and so forth, right? So it's very convenient for those things. Okay, so Azure Functions. Uh, well, I already kind of talked about it. There's at this point supported languages. We have C Sharp, F Sharp, Java, JavaScript, Node, PowerShell, Python. Uh, there's different type of pricing. We have a consumption, or we can have a dedicated environment, right? You can create an app service plan, a premium tier service plan, and then run your functions there. Or you just can do like kind of like a consumption. If you pay for what you use, right? A function must have a trigger, and there's different triggers. You put as we were talking before, you put something, a file in a blob. The function is monitoring that blob. So when the file gets created, the function gets launched, and then it has a write output, right? The output could be going to table storage. It could be going to creating a file. It could be putting some data in a queue, right? It has like input and output bindings, right? Any questions? No? So let's get into the Azure Functions lab. Okay. It's Boca Lab, aka AMS Boca Lab 7. Okay.
So you guys got the fact that there's Boca Lab 1 through Boca Lab 13, but they're skipping
Yeah.
most. You guys can go back and
Yeah, I'm gonna send the list of labs at the end,
yeah.
Yeah, Alex was
so
asking
you guys
about.
can see it on your own and do it slowly, and
Can we share the slides as a PDF, or
the slides we can't.
we can?
No, we can't, unfortunately.
Okay, but
It's-
there's a
there are-
learning
there's
path.
some there's some rules around that.
There's a
some of
learning
the
path
content that we can't share,
online that it's very, very helpful. If you want to pass the exam, because I don't know if you all are going to take the exam, but if you want to pass the exam, there's a learning path, which is if you go to AC 900.
I'm gonna
learning
cover
path?
that later. I'm gonna cover that at the end. I'm gonna show them
Okay,
how to do that. Yeah.
By the way, one of my friends is watching right now. He says the audio is phenomenal, and it's in 3D screen.
That's
Awesome.
great. So this works.
So we're going to create the function app. So function apps, I work with a lot of different customers, and it's something that you see and you see people using, but this comes more on the modernization side. Andres presented a slide with a graph where you got the lift and shift, and then you got the pass, and we discussed that pass could be cheaper, but then to go and use Azure Functions, you need to actually do modernization. You need to code it, right? It's not different to what your application may look, right? But you actually need to go and probably make some changes and put it here and all that. So that's part of kind of like more modernization. But once people start using it, it's something that it's really good, and you're taking advantages of Azure really. Okay, so I'm gonna create that. Okay. Let's see. Okay, so we're gonna create a function app that's gonna run .NET version 3.1. So this is gonna be .NET Core 3.1. That's okay. Function. One code. Nothing like the underscore. .NET 3.1 region US. Doesn't want anything else. Okay, review and create.
So you wanna check with them to make sure that they are. Are you guys following them or doing? Okay.
But we just started this one. Okay, okay, that's fine. Okay, so we're creating the function app. Let's read. Should be fast. So in this one, we're going to create an HTTP trigger, which means we're going to get an endpoint for the function. So when we call that endpoint, that URL, the function will actually launch, right? So you'll see that it's extremely fast, and this is good so your developers can just focus on the business logic. They don't need to focus on anything else, right? Okay, so you needed to create multiple things, so you created everything now. Let's wait until this says complete, then we go there.
Become the next Microsoft.
Because it's going faster for you? Okay, go. Go to resource. Okay, so if you see, this is running on an app service plan, and this point is a consumption app service plan. I'm sharing it with other people, right? I'm sharing this, right? If I go consumption, it's not mine. But I could go if I want more. If I want more CPU or more memory, I can go and create a premium plan, and that will run only my stuff. Okay, so that's my function. So I guess we need to go and come to functions, and we need to create a new function. Let me follow the steps because okay, want us to create a new function. Sorry, new function. We want to be an HTTP trigger. So these are the different triggers, right? Timer trigger. So on a schedule, it will launch this function, right? So you can run a job here, maybe. Azure Queue Storage Trigger. So Azure Queue Storage is you get a queue where you put data in, and then some other application can go and read it, right? So it's good to transfer messages between two applications. So every time that an application put data into Azure Queue Storage, then this function will launch, right? So imagine I want to have an application that works on zooming in or out images, right? For Silo.com or whatever. So you put the raw images into storage. Every time an image hits that storage, you launch this function, go read that image, resume it, and save it somewhere else, right? So that's how it will go. And so all that it gives a lot of ability to developers to not need to worry where's the storage, where's that and that. It's just like two connection strings where you're reading it from, where you want it to go after, and you just concentrate on your logic. Service bus, again, another messaging service. So there's a lot of different triggers, right? You see that there's. So this is an IoT trigger, right? So you were asking how do we read it? So you create this IoT trigger, so every time that there's a device sending a message, this function will launch and read it, right? Anyways, we're going to HTTP trigger. We want us to okay, we're going to choose developing portal. You can develop Visual Studio Code, or any other place. We're going to develop it here, right? We're going to write the code here. My function name will be HTTP trigger 1. I'm going to leave it like that, and authorization level will be function add. So if we go to code and test, let's see what we get. Okay, so this is my function. This is .NET code. In here, I could write my own logic. In this case, it's I would think that when we run this, we pass some parameters, and then it will just print my name in the response, right? So we can do test. Actually, we get the function URL. We copy, and this is the function. It will be basically the name of my function that I put was .speaking function1 .azure website.net API HTTP trigger and so forth. So we do that. It says I didn't pass a name, so let me see what it wants me to do. Function URL. Okay, so this thing wants me to send a name here as a query string. I believe that it wants me to do that. And now it's getting, hello Dario, this is an HTTP trigger function executed successfully. So what happens here is I make this call, my function call, let's get spins up, runs that call and then shuts down. So I'm only paying for that millisecond of CPU that is being used, right? So right away you can start doing pretty cool things, right? If we go to the IoT example, if we connect it to IoT every time that IoT hub, if you want to put those two labs together, every time that IoT hub is sending a message, this function will start, hey, let me read you read the message and you do something. You see? So it's very powerful. Sure.
Quick question about something you mentioned regarding cost. So unlike storage,
Yeah.
we looked at earlier, or virtual machine resource, do we only pay each time it's triggered?
Yeah.
So if no function is triggered,
You pay nothing.
the rest of the month, there's
Nothing.
no
Zero.
monthly cost.
No monthly cost. So there are different pricing options, but if we see
But yeah, that is the benefit
Of
functions,
serverless.
right? Of
Yeah.
serverless. The micro billing that he mentioned earlier is about that. With a VM, you have to pay 24/7. The server is running whether your application is being used or not. When you design your application, and that is the modernization that he's talking about, is taking this application and converting that application into using functions and paths, then you start looking into benefits like that. That it only when the function is triggered, and it could be an HTTP trigger or something else that triggers that function, at that time is when you get charged for whatever amount of time that function ran.
Is there still like a hard limit on how long the serverless function?
yeah, serverless function. If you go with the consumption plan, I think that it has a timeout, and the timeout maybe. I don't know why I want to say it's 3 minutes, but I'm not 100% sure.
I thought it was
But
5, isn't it?
5 minutes.
I think,
Okay.
but there is a hard limit of how
There's
long.
a hard limit.
Yeah. No.
No, if you wanted to go longer, you wouldn't choose a function.
Right.
Right. It's most likely that work is most likely bound to another server. Right. It could be maybe a container. Right. You just create a container with a worker process. So I work on a POC for a customer where they needed to run suddenly like a bunch of load of processing. We spin up to like 1,000 Kubernetes containers of the same process, right? Until we read everything on a queue, and then when that is all read, then we scale down to zero, right? So that could run in a function. I put it in a function to begin with, but then it reached a bunch of limits, right? The instances, you cannot have more than 100 instances, and to get there, it takes time, and you need to go premium. And when you go premium, it's just not you pay for what you use. You just pay. You're buying it. You know, you're just getting a server for you that it will run this, right? So at that point, this is not uh, very useful anymore. I'm trying to get like some pricing out of it. It seems that if you execute this, like, I don't know, 100 million times, it will cost you like $20, right, a month. So it's extremely cheap. So that's why sometimes in our role, yeah, sorry.
Sorry, so this would be good for like, for example, you have like a website.
Yes.
Add to shopping cart, remove from shopping cart.
Correct.
Yeah, it's like a microservice. It can be like a microservice or something that you need to go and you're going to do an action that is not dependent on much on much. You just call it.
Applications today that are
Yeah.
hosted in functions. Because
Yeah.
you think about it when you go to a website,
Yeah.
it's an HTTP request. You get sent back an HTML page. That's it.
Yeah.
This thing maybe run for a couple of seconds, whatever. You generate a page, send it back to the user, and
Yeah,
that's it.
it's good for
So-
microservices, for processing, for like a lot of business logic. It's really good. I've seen a lot of like companies using it, right?
But from an AC900 perspective, what you got to think about is this is a type of PaaS solution, where you don't have to worry about VMs, none of that. So if they
Yeah.
ask you a question about Azure Functions, what it is, and again, this training is about fundamentals, right? It's understanding different services. Is you have a piece of code, you upload it to a function, you don't have to worry about where is that code run, is it, where is the VM, what network, none of that. You don't have to worry about that.
And
We run it for you, and we only charge you when the code is running. That's it.
exactly. That's how they will present it on. If they give you functions as a multiple choice option, they will present it that way. They will say you pay for what you use. They will get you all that, right? Also, it has an unlimited scalability. Right? You can scale instantaneously as much as you need, which tend not to be true in a really like a bunch of load scenario. But on most of the scenarios, that's true, right? If I'm gonna send 400 million requests, no, this is not gonna work, right? But in 99% of the scenarios, yeah. If I send now, I put a load test on my machine, and I just send thousands of requests per second. That might be too much, but like hundreds of requests per second to this URL. We may need to go to premium, right? But when you start seeing how new instances start to spin, right? And how like you see all the requests coming and how it scales, and you don't do nothing, right? We didn't do anything. We just created and that's it. And this will take care of everything. So if we go monitor, for example. So you see these are the two requests I did. And you will see here like there will be a bunch of requests. In here you may see you see executing my HTTP trigger. It processes the request. You see all that, and then you have like if you write to the monitor, you can see here. If you write to the debug console, you can see it here. So if I send that request now, oh, you may see it. You see how can it come there. So yeah, it's pretty powerful. Any other question around this one, or should we move?
If I wanted to store data about you remember the name example for the query. If I wanted to store that data, what the name was, for example, would that be something I use to function or somewhere else?
What do you mean? I don't know if I understand the question.
So in that earlier example, when you open the website, you have the
Yeah.
option to enter the name, right? So if I
Yeah.
wanted to store the name every time someone hits that.
Yeah, you can store it. I mean, if you depend where you want to store it. If you can go and store it directly into SQL, you can store it into storage account. You can, and then to store it, let me show you. So let's. I don't know why my here. So if you go to here, code and test. So This will be true also in Python. I don't know Python. I know C Sharp, C, Visual Basic. But in here, in this code, which is my code, with that data, it comes through, I would think that HTTP request, through the request it comes. Yeah, it takes it from the request body, and then it just take the name from there, you see here. That's what I'm sending. So that, if you want to save it somewhere here, you just like save data, right, to SQL. I don't know. Just run like 5 lines of code and it goes to SQL. That's one option. The other option is if I create an output binding, right? So we have an input binding. The input binding would be it's a HTTP trigger. If I create an output binding, and my output binding is, I don't know if we have an Azure SQL output binding, but we have a Cosmos DB, which is another database, right? It's a non-SQL database. So if I put that or a storage, I put it as an output, now I can go ahead and return it, and then the function, I return name, and the function will take care of creating a file with that inside. Or it will take care of going to the correct database table and adding that there, right? So that's 2 ways of doing it. So you can think of this as your code, right? But then if you want to use more features from the function, you can use the output binding, right? Did I answer your question? Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Let me go back to this here. Okay. So I'll move on if that's okay. Then we have DevOps and GitHub. Anyone has experience with DevOps tools or source code repositories? No? Yeah, GitHub. Okay. So DevOps, Azure DevOps, right? So what that will give us is we can create pipelines, we can have boards, we can automate different like load testing. So it's a tool that it helps a lot around operations for companies' solutions, right? So in there, when we talk about pipelines, it could create like a deployment pipeline, for example, right? So my developers go ahead and push code, new code, right? And we don't want to go and do all this manually. So we create a pipeline that says every time that code is pushed, we're going to build it. When that is built, we're going to go and copy it. We're going to go and publish it, right? So we can create a pipeline on that. At the same time, that goes back to the, and maybe we cover it in the next module, but to what Andres was presenting earlier around, we created a VM, right? We created through the portal, right? But that's not something that it can be replicated, right? If you are IT engineer at a company that has like 1,000 VMs, you cannot go and create all of them manually in the portal, right? So all of them end up having scripts, and these scripts could be ARM templates. There's other scripts like Terraform. There's others, right? But imagine, let's go with ARM templates, which is the Microsoft one, right, for Azure. So now comes the notion of infrastructure as code, right, where you can code your infrastructure, and then you can create also pipelines for that. So every time that you want to deploy certain solution that needs like 5 virtual machines, you can press a button, it creates the virtual machines, then it goes, and the next step in the pipeline, build the application, next step in the pipeline, install some dependencies on the box, next step of the pipeline, deploy the application, right? Next step of the pipeline, we test it. Next step of the pipeline, we check if the test was okay or not. If it's okay, we send an email or go to the change management system saying the deployment was okay. Test fails, we roll everything back and send an email to somewhere, to some person, right? So Azure DevOps will help with all that, right? So that's our tool, Azure tool. In there, also in Azure DevOps, we have the boards, and basically the boards is to create work items for people, create bugs and kind of create stories on what we need to build, right? So that's more like PM, project management kind of thing, right? So if you're a developer, you just act on the work items, but all the management happens there. Then we have GitHub. Microsoft acquired GitHub like 3-4 years ago, maybe. Yeah. So it's just version control, source code repository, and all that. Then GitHub Actions for Azure. We can automate workflows for build, test, what I was talking about. And then Azure Dev Test Labs is just to create. Yeah, you know that I didn't. Have you worked on Azure Dev Test Labs?
It's more for the classroom scenarios, and then
Yeah.
you could develop what you need for a lab.
Okay.
You can access to a computer, deliver things, and then you share it out.
Okay. Huh.
One
I
thing
know.
that I want to mention, guys, I know there has been a lot of services already. I know it's
Yeah.
been, too many things. Even hundreds about knowing this concept, what it is, you don't need to go deep into what each of these can be a whole workshop on its own. I love to be a whole workshop functions, a whole week of functions. 8900 is a lot of this understanding what the different services is.
Yeah.
Don't worry too much about going into
Yeah, it won't go there.
I'll give you guys, a site where you can go and your laptop your own, and then study, this concept on your own before you take it. Because I know it's a lot of stuff, but as long as as long as you have that the high level understanding of what it is, that's what you need for the fun of it.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. If none of the so you get like multiple choice, 4 options. 2 are completely have nothing to do with the question. They even invent name of services. So if you didn't hear it here, most likely is not something real, right? So yeah, it's kind of like stays at really high level. I, I, I didn't do this. What do I need to do?
I'll connect you.
Okay.
We'll do it quick. So this is the other $25 Microsoft gift card, Alex. You can participate, but you can't win again.
No, not again, man.
Let me ask something. Did we skip some? So will that be a problem with the quiz?
Do you do next module, or that one has the orange pictures?
Okay, okay, okay.
Alright, let's do this quick, really quick, and then we'll go to
Let me move the phone. I need to move the computer.
one second. Mentee.com. No, no. I've used that a couple of times, different workshops, and it was well, they're yeah.
It's all about speed.
fully managed global IoT SaaS solution. The keyword here is SaaS, fully managed. That is the keyword. That was the keyword, fully managed.
I told you
IoT
guys,
Central.
the hub is the one where you want to control more security and all that.
Only
If
one
you want
person got
speed
it.
and something simple,
If you want a simple
Central, which is
IoT
SaaS.
application, IoT Central is the way to go. We do a lot of the things in the back that you don't have to worry about it. If you need to do a more complex IoT architecture and you need to manage those devices on the edge, then that's when IoT Hub would come into play. Okay? All right. So the next one. Which of the following does not accurately describe Azure IoT Hub? Does not. Ah, you guys got it. So
Yeah.
Dario covered this earlier, is bi-directional.
Yeah.
So
'Cause you can
devices can
send-
send messages to the cloud and then
Exactly.
from the cloud back to the device as well. Got it.
I got that one wrong. I thought it does not route.
Oh, it does.
Yeah,
You
so
can
it's
route
really
to different services in the back, yeah.
I was thinking that other service.
All right, let's see, one more. Which of the following is not an Azure Cognitive Services category? Text, search, language, or vision?
That one is tricky.
Huh?
It's tricky, but
It's tricky.
it's text, right? Yeah.
Text, yeah.
We have text to speech, but text to speech
It's not a
it goes into language.
It's not a category by itself.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not a category by itself. It's a tricky question. Sorry, guys. All right, two more here. Let's see who's gonna win that gift card. Okay, let's wait. Well, Alex can be. I can't give it to. If Alex wins again, I'm gonna give it to the second person.
To build applications faster by eliminating the need to manage infrastructure.
Enables developers to build applications faster by eliminating the need to manage
Yeah.
infrastructure. So we talked about this, and this could be an 1800 question.
Definitely, 100%.
Yes.
Yeah.
Serverless computing. I don't think software as a
No, software as a service, no. Because software as
Yeah.
a service is, for example, Office 365.
Yeah.
Gmail would be
Yeah.
an example of software as a service, right? But you're not deploying,
You're not building an application
Yeah.
with that. If you want to build an
Exactly.
application, serverless computing, this is Azure
exactly.
Functions. What he was talking about, Azure Functions, comes into this concept of serverless computing,
Mm-hmm.
where you don't worry about the server. You don't know what it is. You don't care. Here's my code. You run it and charge me every time you run
Yeah,
the
and
code.
also you can build a software as a service using serverless, right? If you're a developer, you build a software as a service, but you don't build it in software as a service. You know what I mean?
Software as a service implies that it's already built for you.
Yes.
Correct.
Yes.
You're just a user of the software. But if you're the one building the application, if you're the developer, then that's when serverless computing comes into play. Next one, I think this is the last one for the gift card. How many triggers can an Azure function have? How many triggers? 2 triggers, 1 only, unlimited. It depends on the type of Azure function. How many triggers?
I
And
would
the
say
answer
one.
is 1.
It's one.
Only 1 trigger. So when you create your function, there's only one type of trigger that you can assign to that function. It could be an HTTP request. It could be somebody uploaded a file into blob storage and that triggered the function. But there can be only one type of trigger for that function. All right, let's see who won the $25 gift card. so you can buy a nice T-shirt like the one I have. Azad. I told you we are gonna buy. All right. So send me your email. Was it close? Well, it was close. It was close. All right.
84 points away.
Cool.
Actually, we're already 2 points
And
away.
then you gotta go fast.
I
Gotta go
know.
fast. You
I
gotta
know.
mash those buttons. You should do it on the phone. It's easier to faster on the phone.
Have to translate beforehand. So
I know. I know. I know. Maybe we should increase the time so
The
it's
same happened to me. So
guys. So we have one more module that you're gonna cover, right? That last module,
Yeah.
and then we will talk a little bit about about the certification itself and where you can go to continue preparing for the certification. Let's try to finish by 4:10. You guys want a break right now, or should we just go in and finish? Okay, yeah, finish. All right. So you
Okay.
take it. I'll take your email, and then
let me open the other.
there you go.
Oh, thank you. Module 4. Okay.
This is the wrong name.
Yeah, that's fine.
What is that? Sorry.
No worries. So Humor is not here. I'm here. So it's a teammate. Okay. So module 4. Sorry, we're gonna cover here management, governance, and security. So we're gonna talk a little bit about management tools. We've been playing already with the portal. We're going to talk about the different identity services. Actually, we're going to talk about the identity service on Azure, which is Azure AD. And then different governance features, how to give access and log and different things to the resources, and different security features. So let's get going. So Azure management tools, right? So we talked about we worked on the Azure portal, right? There's also PowerShell, Azure CLI, which is an Azure client, really. And then we can use REST APIs directly, right? All that ends up in the Azure Resource Manager, right? Basically, that provides the management layer where you can use to create, update, delete different resources, right? What is nice about it is that we can basically anything in Azure that you can do in the portal, you can go and script it using PowerShell, Azure CLI, the Cloud Shell that we use, and also using SDKs, right, or the REST APIs. So when we want to create something, it goes to Azure Resource Manager. Azure Resource Manager will authenticate that to see if you can create it or not, and if you can, it will go ahead and create the resources, right? Web apps, virtual machines, whatever. So we have something that is called ARM templates, Azure Resource Manager templates, and basically we've been working on the Azure portal, that's the UI. Now if we want to create, as I was telling before, infrastructure as code, we will need to write a template for it, right? Which would be, that template is a JSON template, right? So in there, for example, if I create a VM, I will basically, it has a declarative syntax, repeatable results, orchestrating modular files, etc. So basically in there, you get parameters. In there you will do, for example, I want a VM SKU, whatever, like 2 CPUs and 16 standard VM. I want to connect it to this VNet. Inside this subnet, I want to create a NIC interface with this public IP, and you basically create the whole script. And this ARM template will not only deploy your VNet, your VM, it deploys the VNet, the other things, right? So once you are IT engineer, it makes sense to have all your infrastructure in this type of template, right? Because right away you can go and recreate it, right? If you have a test environment, you create it, it's loaded, then you delete it, you create it again, right? And it's very useful in Azure because it does not make financial sense to have resources deployed in Azure that you're not using, right? For example, I have an AKS cluster, right? Now you can stop it. Before you couldn't stop it. So that means that if my AKS cluster is running, I have VMs running and it gets expensive. So if I'm not using it, I can delete it. And then I press a button and in 20 minutes I have it running again. Or there's certain scenarios where to make changes to the resources, you can only make them when you can only create them and you cannot modify certain things. So imagine you have like this whole like SQL cluster and then you need to change something you cannot update. So you need to go through the portal, do it all again. It's not convenient. So having everything in templates, then different people can go, get into your repository of code, make a change, deploy it, and then you deploy the changes that way. So that's very convenient. So every Azure resource that you can create in the portal, you can do it through ARM templates. And that's why the Azure Resource Manager it's very important and it's really nice to have. And with that, we're going to the ARM template. Create a VM with an ARM template in lab. Let's go.
Companies that are mature in the cloud, this is the way they deploy stuff. They don't use the portal. Portal is
Yeah.
a way of learning. But once you're mature and you want to automate the processes, you go the ARM template route, the PowerShell route, the scripting, you know. You don't want to do point and click, just go and it's prone to error. So maybe automate it.
Okay. So we're gonna go. So we're gonna download I will think that we're gonna download a template. So we're going to go and get a template from here. So how I like to do it is I do it a little bit different. I go to the portal, I do all my configurations there, and then I download the template, and then I copy. Yeah, I usually do it that way. It's not that that's the way to go, but deploy. So I'm not finding it.
Templates, pages, people, you know, they upload some, you've done an application before with a database and a web server. You can build a template, upload it here, and there's a bunch of templates that you can use. You just need to start one. That's what this is going to do here. So it's a template, find a plugin or a template that you're looking for, you know, and then download it, edit it, or do whatever you need, and then deploy that as well.
So deploy. So we find the template, so I do deploy to Azure. It will redirect me here. And you'll see that all the parameters, right? So these are all the things that we can modify on that template. It's pretty cool. Okay, so okay, so we go to the template. So this is the template. These are all the parameters. So we need to declare those parameters. This is parameters with different options. These are the options that are allowed on this template as the OS. And these are the different resources that will get created. It will create a storage account. It will create a public IP, and network security group, BNet, NIC, and the VM, right? And we can find them here. So it gets to the, I believe that it's under resources. It's the parent. Okay, so let's go from the beginning. So we have the schema. We have parameters first. So these are all the parameters that this template accepts. Then after that, I believe that the next one will be resources, or what variables. These are the different variables that we will set. And then resources, and then these are the names of the resources, right? Microsoft does storage accounts, and it will take a variable, and it will take a parameter. This is a SKU, that could be a parameter as well if we want, etc. So here we have all the different resources that this template is going to create, right? So if we get this and we put it in Azure DevOps, and then we create a pipeline, and then we could do an ARM template action, we press a button and it will create all these resources, right? We can get this and also run Azure CLI or PowerShell and do this installation, right? So it's pretty convenient. Okay, so let's see what you want me to do. Okay, so you want me to change the virtual machine name to my VM template. So if we come here, come to my virtual machine, where is it? Let me see how it wants me to do it. Sorry about that. Parameters, VM name, where is it? Simple VM, my VM template. Need to save it. So it came back here, and in here we can those are the defaults, right? We can change it again. I will need to put a resource group, I believe, because it's not getting it, but we'll see. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. And in here, it wants me to put. I just do this. No, it said something about the DNS.
Oh yeah, it might be in template, whatever you want.
So just put the name of the machine, like this.
Sometimes they want to be four numbers that are
Okay. Review and create. I don't know if this is gonna work. Let's see. I'm not good at following instructions. Here. Do you see it here?
Edit template part.
Oh, so once you click on, oh, I think the UL book. Did you complete a UL?
No, I just made a second font.
But you went to the quick start templates? Can you go to the quick start templates that you were showing earlier? Okay. So what will be doing here?
I'm going to do that.
So what you, if you go to search in Google for Azure database,
Let me show you.
then you go to quick start templates, and then I think search here for a Windows
Simple VM.
and then you're going to go to Azure, and take you back to Azure.
Yeah.
Oh, there it is, okay. Here, I made it without the font.
Okay, so now this is deploying. So at the same time, I just want to show how I usually do it. But so I come here to the portal, and imagine I want to create a VM. I do create VM. Test VM, whatever you choose there, it doesn't really matter here for what I'm doing. So review and create.
Oh, you're using the thing?
No, I'm using. I just want to show how another option. Yeah. So you see, download template for automation. So you create any resource you want, and you can download the template for automation. And basically, this is the template for the one I created, and it has the parameters and everything as well. Okay. So I usually do it this way. So let's see. I'm waiting for that VM to get created.
Oh, wait, when you're doing this one, you're not using that custom template.
Well, no. What I'm doing is I'm going to the portal, creating the resource as I want it, downloading the template, and if I want, then I can customize the template.
Okay.
But it's the same. That one
So in
is
other words, you're creating a template out of your own deployment.
yeah,
So later in the future, if you want to reuse it, then you can use that.
exactly.
You can modify it as you like.
So I find it easier, right? Because I choose everything I need, and then I go on and get the template. Boca Code Labs. I should get the deployments. Still deploying this one. So it's creating the VNet, the VM right now. So it created the storage account, NSG groups, public IP address built for network, the NIC, and now it's creating the VM. And in here, you can also, from a deployment, you can also get the template. So there's multiple ways of getting it. So it's taking. So how are we on time? Okay.
Researching now for now solving some applications.
Okay, deployment is complete. So we can go to the resource. I'm not 100% sure what you want us to do. Okay. So what we're going to do is we can go to the VM, my VM template. So in here we have different things we're gonna cover in a little bit, but the activity log here it will basically show different activities against that resource that I created and updating it, and security things I believe that will appear here as well. So we can see that was created, and these are the results of that creation, everything that happened, the log basically. We have a change history as well. So all this information, this is more for IT professionals that wants to monitor the resource. So in the overview, we have here, unless this was changed, here it was changed. So under monitoring, we can see CPU, network, memory for the box. Now there's nothing running, but yeah, you can see these things, and you can, if you want, go see all metrics, and there's a bunch of metrics. So this will be comparable to the performance counters on a Windows box, right? If you want to connect to the box, you click connect, and you can do RDP, SSH, or Bastion. If I do RDP, most likely it will ask me to open a port. Like this. Or maybe it's already open. Yeah, okay, I don't know the password I put on it, but yeah, you can connect that way. So, any questions on that, on the ARM templates, how to create it? Yeah. Well, yeah, now. Yeah. There, yeah. Yeah, XML or
YAML, that's the one. Yeah, I use
well,
YAML.
YAML is very popular. YAML is very popular as well on
Yeah,
like
it's very
So
popular. But I prefer
the
to create it.
spaces have to be
yeah.
properly
So
aligned, or it's not.
you just need to get like the right
There's
extension, you know, to mark
I
it up.
have an extension in VS Code that
Yeah.
converts based off YAML. So I'll write my files in YAML and then convert them, or vice versa. You know, write them in JSON and then convert them to YAML.
And
Yeah.
YAML is very popular now. Like Azure DevOps, all the pipelines are written in YAML.
Yeah, it's super popular, especially.
Well, the only thing that ARM templates have is that is works only in Azure, right? There are some other templates, or yeah, some other template scripts, or however we want to call it, that work in multiple clouds, right? Terraform is one. There's I think like Biceps is another one, maybe Bicep.
Was gonna replace ARM templates.
Okay. Oh yeah, I don't know. I'm not really good on all that. I just use ARM and that's it. But
There's this new, it's called Bicep, which is kind of like gonna be the next generation
yeah,
of ARM templates. So it's still pretty new now, I guess.
there's some that let you have some programming on them, like some like statements, if statements, things like that. But at the end of the day, if you write Terraform, what will happen? It will parse it to ARM template, and then it will run ARM template in Azure, right? So there's other options as well. Yeah. Yeah, it's just more for like the script needs to be different, but the template needs to be different because, but the language is kind of the same, right? So when you know Terraform, you write, you know. Now if you know Terraform and then you need to go and learn ARM, which is completely different, you know. Then
The main issue, the benefit of Terraform is that it's one language, and then you can deploy any pretty much. As long as you know how to use Terraform, then you can deploy anything. The drawback of Terraform and third-party tools is, let's say we come up with a new service now.
yeah,
Now you need to wait for Terraform to update their, the APIs and everything, so that they can know how to talk to the new service that we just released. Our templates is only this. As soon as we have a new service out, we can immediately use the templates and know the APIs and to talk to our service and deploy whatever we need to do. But with a third-party tool, we need to wait for them to update that tool so that we know how to talk to that new service that Azure deployed or AWS came up with or Google Cloud. So there is another component to that too. That is limited.
yeah. Okay, let me. I don't know what's going on with my. Okay, here. Okay, so everybody was able to do the lab, or at least. So let's continue. So we created a VM through the ARM template. Okay, so next, there's a service called Azure Advisor, and basically with this service we can get recommendations on different best practices. It covers high availability, security, performance, operational excellence, cost. So for example, I have a VM that I deploy, right? And I chose a really expensive SKU for it, right? 16 CPUs, 32 gigs of memory, and then Azure Advisor is monitoring everything, like every resource I have, and it's saying, okay, you got this machine, you only use 1% CPU and 100 megs of memory. Why don't you go and decrease it to a cheaper tier, right? So those are the type of recommendations you will see, right? Around security, for example, you get like passwords on your VMs that are not strong passwords, right? Things like that. I don't know if that's a particular rule, but you'll see rules like that, right? You got a VM open to the public no firewall, right? So things like that. Yeah, so high availability. If you don't have availability zones or things like that, it would appear, I believe. So pretty good service is kind of like doing is checking everything for us, right? So if you guys wanna see, for example, in my subscription, I don't have much in my subscription, but so let's see. So, for example, if I go to security, what it's so I have a resource that doesn't have Azure Defender, right? If I may have FTP and not FTPS, I would think. So you see all these different things. So it's very convenient. In cost, I may not have anything. So I'm following everything for cost, because I try to delete everything. So what is this? Okay, enable soft delete to protect data. So you see, it's very convenient service. So in the exam, what will happen? You will get a question. Okay, you need a service to tell you if you have if you're following best practices on cost management, and they will tell you Azure Advisor, Azure Trust Center, whatever. They just put something. Azure Cost Management Service, but when they use best practices, and it most likely be the advisor. Going back. Sorry. Then we have another service that is called Azure Monitor, and Azure Monitor basically it's monitoring all our resources, giving us a really important data. It would analyze the data, and also it would act on telemetry from the cloud, and it can work also on on-premise environments if you install. I believe you need to install an agent as well. But there are different areas, right? We have in Azure Monitor something called Application Insights, and that's an APM tool, Application Performance Monitoring tool, and basically that one it will monitor your application to check if you have any slowness, crashes, and get you logs on what pages are being visited the most, and so forth, right? So that's Application Insights, that basically is monitoring for applications. Then we have log analytics, and in the next slide I'll cover the difference between logs and metrics. But log analytics, it's a tool inside the portal that we can use to analyze logs, right? So all the logs end up there, and it's basically a database, and we can query it with a proprietary language is called Casto, and then with that Casto language we can query the logs there, right? So every service we can enable logging, right? So you can get a lot of information. Then we can create alerts around different metrics and information. So we can create alerts where you can get a email or spin a function or do something, right? And then we have actions, and we have different dashboards and reports that we can create from Azure Monitor. So a lot of companies use Azure Monitor. Almost every company in Azure use Azure Monitor in some way or another, right? So let's get into the next slide. So there's two types of data types in Azure Monitor, right? We have metrics and we have logs. Metrics, we can think about it as basically numerical values. They're very lightweight. So basically, CPU percentage will be a metric, right? So every certain amount of time on an interval, we collect a numeric value of the CPU, right? Or memory, or all those metrics that we have there, right? So they're very lightweight. We collect them all the time, right? Every 5 seconds, 30 seconds, that's configurable as well. You can also, with some tools, if you have an application, you can create your own metrics that will end up there in Azure Monitor. But for the exam, what I would think, it will come a question around, you need to get data every 30 seconds on your CPU of the box, right? Where do you look? Yeah, metrics. That's what it is. And the logs, it would be something, it's more like a structured log type telemetry. It could be like, I don't know if you guys are familiar, but a web server log, or you install an application and you create a log file. So basically those are the logs, right? And those logs, they have a lot more information, right? So in one line, you can have like 50 columns with a bunch of information about it, right? And those are the ones that end up in log analytics, right? The metrics as well, you can see them, but those are the two types of data we collect, metrics and logs. And logs most likely will need to be enabled. We don't collect them all the time, but metrics we do, right? Because logs are more heavier. Okay, Azure Monitor. Let's talk a little bit about it, right? So Azure Monitor will collect data from all these different sources, right? You can collect data from your application, operation system, Azure resources, right? Collect data from subscription, from tenant, from custom sources if you want. Uh, so Azure Monitor will be looking into all that, right? And it will appear to you in two ways, as a metric or as a log, right? For example, VM CPU, it will appear to you as a metric, right? Network security group log, to see if the firewall blocks something or not, it will appear to you as a log, right? It'll also appear as a metric. It will say blocked requests per second. That will appear as a metric, but then it will appear a line where it will tell you this IP tried to get here and it was blocked.
Did you say that metrics are continuous where logs are event-based?
Yeah, yeah, that's correct. Yeah. Yeah, and then there are different areas. So let's talk about each one of them, right? So I'll start from the bottom. So you can integrate the metrics and the logs and Azure Monitor actually. You can integrate it with different resources, right? We can integrate it, for example, Event Hubs, Logic Apps, APIs. You can send it if you want to a blob storage, right? Why would you do that, right? Imagine I'm a company, I have analytics tool for logs, right? I've been working with this tool for like 20 years. I have all my on-premise infrastructure being monitored by a tool, and all the analytics we do it with another tool, right? I don't want to use Azure Monitor. I don't want to use the log analytics. I want to use my own tool, right? So we give you the ability to export all this data. So something that we can do, the logs, you can send them to Log Analytics if you want, the Azure Log Analytics and Azure Monitor, but at the same time, you can send it to Event Hub. And then you can have your tool listening to Event Hub and putting it into your tool, right? So you have the ability to export them. Same thing, Logic App. Every time that certain logs are created, you create a workflow, you send them somewhere else, right? And then with APIs, you can make REST calls and take them out. We can respond to metrics, and I believe we can respond to logs as well. Yeah, we can. So we can create alerts, right? So an alert would be if the box is higher than 80% CPU, send me an email. The box is higher, so in the alert we have that condition and then an action, right? The action would be send me an email, but the action could be add more CPU, right? And in that case would be the auto scaling, right? So to scale up and down, we use the metrics, and I think that we use only metrics to scale. We don't use logs, I think, but for alerts we can use both. You can write a query, and I'll show log analytics really quick later. So to analyze them, we have two tools. We have two tools we have out of the box. Metric Explorer. If you guys are familiar with Windows performance counters, that's basically what it is. You just choose a metric name and it shows you a graph with numeric values on it. And then log analytics, and that's basically like a database, right? You see your tables and you just query them, and you just query the logs, right? To visualize it, you can create dashboards, and basically in that dashboard you can create different boxes and different graphs and grids and different things. So when you go, when you get into the portal, you get this dashboard where it shows you like the activity from your resources, right? You can create Power BI reports that connect to those data sources, and then you can create these Power BI reports that are pretty interactive and nice. You can create workbooks, and workbook is basically an Azure report as well, where you can add boxes that you can send those. And then For insights, we have different tools we can use. We have application insights, which is the one that I was talking about, that is to monitor applications. We have container insights to monitor containers, VM insights to monitor VMs, and then other monitoring solutions. Right? Let me really quick just show some of these. I think we have time. So, for example, log analytics. I don't know at this point if I have a workspace maybe. Let's see. Okay. I'm not sure if I will have anything here, but we can check. So I don't have much, but okay. So for example, look, this is the logs for my Azure function that we just created, right? So you'll see, this is the language, right? It's called Kusto, Kusto. So this is the table name, and you just write queries. It has like a syntax similar to SQL, but not too similar. But okay, so when you look at it, you see this is kind of like a web server log for it, right? So this will be how the logs will be. So those are more expensive, not in terms of money, but in terms of processing and size and all that. Also in money, log analytics can become expensive if you have like terabytes of data, you know. But those save a bunch of good information. So if you're troubleshooting your application, sometimes in Azure, if you have a PaaS application and the application is not, you make a request and you don't see and it's not working, you may need to go and install application insights to get maybe like, you know, what's going on. Because you cannot get in the box and you know, do other stuff. You just need to rely on the tools we have. So so this is log analytics, right? Now, dashboards, for example. A dashboard, oh, they're not shared dashboards. I want just dashboards. I don't know if I have a dashboard. No, I had one that I created, but I mean, you want to create a dashboard. It's basically metrics. You just put it here, and you choose the type of metric. You choose the type of metric, and then you just create your dashboard. Right? Pretty straightforward. And with alerts, the same. You can go to a resource and let me close this. You can go.
You have 5 minutes, man.
Oh, sorry. You said I was okay with time. You said I was okay with time.
Were you worried?
I were. Okay, so let's go back. Let's go back. We're fine. Azure Service Health, right? You will use this to see if the services in Azure are healthy or not, right? Maybe functions or a certain service is down on a certain region. So here you will see it, right? Once you see it here, then that means that it's not working, right?
I guess the Azure Service Health includes the virtual machine resource or
No. This is a separate service. Yeah, separate service. So this is just to see if there's something that is down, right? And companies that have like SLAs and different contracts, they use this to get credits, right? So the only way for you, and Andres, correct me if I'm wrong, but the only way for you to get a credit is it needs to appear here that the service was done, right?
Yeah, that's how we would with those SLAs that we talked about, like 99%. We don't need that SLA if you want credit.
You request a credit for I don't know exactly how that goes, but you request a credit, but to do that, it needs to appear here, and it needs to have all the data. So that's why this one is kind of important. and that's the communication, what happened, where, and when it was fixed, the time, and all that. So, okay, Azure Active Directory. Azure Active Directory is a directory. Are you guys familiar with Active Directory? Okay, so that's Azure Active Directory. Azure AD is the AD that we have in the cloud. And basically, to create a subscription, you need to have an Azure AD account, right? So to be able to log into the portal, you need an Azure AD account. In Azure AD, we do different things. We do authentication. We have single sign-on, application management. We have business to business. That's kind of to authenticate application from. I believe that's to authenticate application from other companies, right? Then we have Azure B2C, which is to authenticate users from third-party providers, right? So basically, when you go and sign in with my Facebook account or with my Twitter account or that is B2C, or with a third-party AD, right? And then we do also device management there. RBAC. So RBAC is role-based access control, and it get us fine-grained access management. Basically, I have a user in my subscription. I create a user for you. You go and log into my subscription, and I don't want you to be able to access certain resources, right? So I will block it. I will disallow permissions for your user to get into that thing. Also, with RBAC, what you can do, there's different type of identities. We have system identities and or service principals, and my application can authenticate to other services with this service principal, and then you can do RBACs to that as well. So my application can create a resource or can view a resource but cannot delete it, and things like that, right? So RBAC will give you that fine-grained control. Resource logs is something that you'll use on resources to lock certain ability to create, update, or delete, right? So I don't want anyone to be able to delete this VM, right? So you can create a lock on it as an administrator, and then that's it. Nobody will be able to make a mistake and delete it, right? And you can log a subscription, a resource group, or an individual resource, right? So if this resource group is production, whatever, you don't want someone with administrator rights or that goes and by mistake delete like the production resource group, right? So you can lock it all to there. And then tags, as Andres mentioned before, that's basically tagging resources or resource groups. Usually it's used to, or how I see it is used is mostly for billing purposes, right? So a team can get billed for their VMs internally within a company. Then Azure policy is more around compliance. Compliance and security compliance. So most likely it will be there's a bunch of built-in policies, and you can create your own with your own definitions, and basically to be sure that your Azure environment is compliant to those policies, right? It will work similar to the policies in Windows, right? We set up policies, and then it needs to be compliant with those.
Policies, for example, in the city company says, we have like 60 million, right? So the company says, I only want my employees to be able to get resources in these ways. So the policy, that's different. If you send it to a VM in West US or in Europe, it's different. If you set up policies like that apply to your company requirements. What policies?
Yeah. Yeah, and here you can see some, for example, definitions of policies, right? Uh, so all these machines with insecure password, and you can enable those, right? So then, you see, there's a bunch that you can go and enable into your resources, into your subscription, into the resource group. But yeah, uh, security and compliance. Uh, this slide, the shared security model is shared because it's between Microsoft and the customer, right? If you're on premise, you're responsible of all all the security, right? From the physical data center to the data governance and rights management, right? When you go IaaS, Microsoft will take care of data center, network, and host, but you still, the security of your operating system is still your concern, right? If I give you my password, username and password, to a hacker, and they go and hack my machine, it's still my problem. It's not Microsoft problem. Now, if you go to PaaS, then operating system, nobody can connect to that operating system, so it's still Microsoft, right? Network controls, application, and identity is between both because I can deploy the application, right? So I can, so I believe that's why between both. So if it's SaaS, Microsoft gets to the to the application level, right? So Office 365, we cannot modify Office 365. Now, if I store important data in Office 365, but then I give you my password, and you get here, you go to a OneNote that has credit cards and other stuff, right? So it's still your responsibility. Same thing, Azure SQL, right? Microsoft take care of data center, network host, operating system. I would think that the application will be SQL, take care of that. But then the data that is inside, I need to also take care of it, right? They will take care that nobody can go and steal the hard drive or be able to decrypt it, right? But if I give you my password, then I'm done, right? So that's kind of the shared security model. Then Azure Security Center, it's a monitoring service, basically that provides security recommendations. And I find it similar, and it's something that I don't use much, but I find it similar to Advisor, but this is more related on security. And yeah, do you have experience with Security Center?
Security.
Yeah.
Monitoring. Basically, scan the environment, the Azure environment, and you say, hey, VM has a policy that's exposed to the world.
Yeah. Yeah, but it comes in the Azure Advisor. Is it the same?
Azure Advisor
Use okay, yeah. So it's the same, yeah. So I always open it from there.
But Advisor gives you a lot of recommendations.
Yeah.
Security Center is
Just security.
Security, and it has other features, more advanced features that are network security and things like that.
Awesome. Then we have Azure Key Vault, right? Azure Key Vault is basically to store application secrets in a centralized cloud location, right? What that means is you can use this service and then create key value pairs. You can upload certificates to it, and then your developers will be able to go and with connection string or using managed identities, they will be able to go and query it and get the result, right? So instead of having your connection strings or secrets and stuff like that in your configuration files on each one of your applications, all of them will live in Azure Key Vault, and then they will be able to go and get it from there, right? So then the owner of the Azure Key Vault can actually give access to those or remove them and stuff like that, right?
A good example is what you were asking about the storage account. When you have the web application put into the storage account,
Yeah.
it's still empty key. You can either put those keys in your code, which is a bad practice, or you can put the codes in Key Vault, and then the web app goes to Key Vault first. Say, hey, I need to access this storage account with the keys. The keys,
Exactly.
then talks to the storage account. The generic code.
I know Azure Health was probably Azure Service
Yeah,
There was a question, can I check if it's with data centers now?
Yeah, the
Yeah.
inscription with data centers region.
Yeah, it will appear there.
In the service level.
Yeah, it will appear there. Yeah, so for example, on the yeah, anytime that you put a connection string or anything like that, keyboard is recommended. And for many services, there's keyboard integration, right? So right off the bat, the service, the resource will be able to go directly to keyboard to get whatever information it needs to continue, right? So it's very integrated with all the Azure services. Then Azure compliance, there's some questions on the exam around it. Uh, Microsoft offers a really big set of compliance offerings. We have global, U.S. government, industry, and regional. So let's get into it. So these are the different compliance coverage we have per industry. I'm not an expert on this, but there's like per countries, per continent, I guess. Industry compliance for the U.S. government. I think that there's something for China as well. Global. So these are all the compliance. So some regulated industries, they need to be in a cloud that have this type of compliance. So this is good to know. You're not gonna get a question if ISO 9001 is in in Azure, but it's good to know that there's a big thing for compliance. We have Azure Sovereign Regions, and we have Azure Fed. Azure Fed is Azure Government, yeah. So that's a separate instance of Azure that is isolated just for the U.S. government, right? And is basically only authorized personnel can access that, right? So IRS information is not in the same Azure as the share Azure, right? Or DoD, it's completely different thing, completely separate. So that's a question that you may see on the exam. And then for China, I saw that question. The question was around, I remember, it was around who operates, does Microsoft operate Azure China? And no, it's not. 21 Bayanet operates Azure China, right? So that's something it was asked. So for China, yeah, they have that. Yep.
Let's bring it home really quick here.
You want a mic up?
Oh, yes.
So I need to speed it up at the end. I don't know if you guys notice. I speed it up.
Mike's getting. All right. Well. Oh wow. Good luck. Good luck. We'll see you. See you on Friday.
Before you go, do you want to write the, so you can get your info and send me the voucher for the exam, for the certification? If you go to,
I can get you there.
yeah, oh, okay, good.
Well, actually, you guys can, yeah, you guys can, I can get there. But we can get it from you.
Take care, guys. Thank you for coming. All right, let me share my screen here. So from 1 to 10, how lost are we? From 1 to 10. 10 means you're super lost, and then. All right,
I'm
let's
always
see.
lost.
Yeah, I'm gonna share my screen here. It should be 15 minutes, and then we're good to go get a beer, guys. Let's see here.
Azure Frame.
Yeah, I don't know what that is. Oh, like this. All right. Noise.
The audio is coming up on this computer, but I have the mic. I have the speaker mute.
Yeah.
Now that we switched over
take 10, 15 minutes. So I know there's been a lot of services, and again, don't get too concerned about all those different services and going deep into those. Azure fundamentals is all about fundamentals, understanding the basics of cloud computing, what it is, IaaS, PaaS, SaaS, and high level review of the services. Don't get too concerned about all those. There's too many services. It's impossible even for us working for the company to know all those services. So let's go quickly about cost, certifications, and we're gonna be out here. So when it comes to cost, there's 6 things that you gotta consider that determine the cost of a service. So one is the resource type. Every resource, as you guys saw, is priced in a different way. A VM is priced based on the number of hours that you have the VM turned on. A storage account is based on the amount of storage that you're putting into the storage account, the transactions, those type of things. So that determines the price. The second thing is the subscription type. So you guys all have credits, for example, so it's not going to cost you anything. Companies, you have EA agreements with us, so they have a different type of subscription. You can set up a pay-as-you-go subscription where it's attached to a credit card. There is some subscriptions that are used for dev and test purposes, so depending on the type of subscription, the cost is going to be different. Location is also going to impact the cost. I mentioned this earlier, that, did I? No, I don't think I did, but if you deploy something in East US, for example, it may be cheaper than if you deploy something in Brazil. For some reason, Brazil is super expensive to deploy resources, and it's basically, it depends on how much it costs Microsoft to have those services in that region. If it is more expensive for whatever reason to have the data center in Brazil, then there's going to be, the resources are going to be more expensive there, okay? Factor number 4 is bandwidth. When data is coming into Azure, there is no cost at all from data coming into Azure, but any data transfer being sent from outside of an Azure data center, there is going to incur a cost. And this is not an Azure thing, by the way. All the cloud providers have the same model. It's the way it is. Like, we want data to come into our data centers, but because that's how we attract customers. But if the data is coming out, then there's a cost associated with that. But again, it's not just Azure. All cloud providers have the same model. So something to keep in mind as well. Reserved instances is if you know that you're going to be using certain services for an amount of time. Let's say you know you're going to have this VM for at least 1 year. It's going to be running. You can reserve it, which means you're telling us in advance, I'm going to use this VM for this amount of time this year, and then you end up paying less per month. Okay, it's a good way to save money. And the reason for those savings is because by you telling us that you're going to be using the VM and committing to that amount of time, then we can also do capacity planning on our site, in the data center, to have the servers ready and everything for you guys. So then, and those savings are transferred to you as a customer. And then the hybrid use benefit is actually this slide right here. It's a marketing slide, but if you have Windows or SQL workloads that you want to put into Azure, is super cheap compared to any other cloud provider. The reason why is, it's Microsoft. If you want to put Windows and you already have the license for that, we're not going to charge you for the license when you move to Azure. It's that simple. If you move it into AWS or Google Cloud, you're going to have to pay the license there for Windows. If you transfer that server that you have in your data center, it's a Windows server, and you put it in Azure, we don't charge you for the license, so you're going to save a lot of money. Okay, so any Windows or SQL workloads that you want into Azure, super cheap. I talked about the calculator this morning. I'm not going to do the demo, but you guys got kind of like how it works. You go into the Azure pricing calculator, you select what service you want to deploy, with in what region, and it's going to give you an estimate of how much it's going to cost you to have that service. So it's a good tool to use before you deploy things into Azure, to give you an estimate of what's going to cost you. And then once you're into Azure, then cost management is what you use to keep track of your spend. So pricing calculator, good before you move to Azure, so you can estimate the cost. Once you deploy your things in Azure, now you're into cost management, and then you can track to see, if it's on track with your budgets and what you thought you were going to spend.
You can set up budgets and things and do different type of reports to make sure that you are on track when it comes um, to your spending. Again, anything you deploy in Azure, there's gonna be some cost to that. Okay, I'm gonna skip this section. Yeah, let's talk about the actual certification itself. So AC900 is the Azure Fundamental Certification. You see that what it covers is basically what we talked about. Cloud concepts is what we talked about this morning, and core Azure services, security, privacy, and compliance. That you were just talking about this, and then Azure pricing and support. So in support it comes like the service health, things like that. So that's what is covered in Azure Fundamentals, which is what we're talking about today. These are the different skills measured. Again, cloud concepts, the core services, management tools. We talk about ARM templates, Azure Portal, PowerShell, security. These are the different things that are coming to play. Cost management, I talked a little bit about that. And then service level agreements. We mentioned it here and there, but basically is when we tell you that a VM is going to be available 99% of the time, we are committing to that. And if we don't meet that 99%, then you get a credit back in your account. It's basically a commitment. There is other certifications depending on what you're interested in. So if you're interested into developing, then there is the Azure Developer Associate certification. Of course, goes in way more depth in certain topics.
Would Azure AD multi-factor authentication be a topic on one of that also?
It may come up, but not in depth. It may come up as I don't know. Dario, do you get any questions on MFA, Azure AD MFA? Since you just took it. I mean, it's good to know what it is, but it's basically, if you want to authenticate into Azure, then it's going to prompt you you need to have your phone to get a call or a text. So it may come up, but just as what it is. It's not going to ask you how to configure it or none of that. So
Is
develop.
that in relation to Azure Active Directory, or is that just to get into your own Azure portal?
Sorry, I missed the first part of the question.
The multi-factor authentication.
Oh, it's to get into Azure AD. But to get into anything that is connected to Azure AD, so the portal, Azure portal is one of those things that is connected to Azure AD. Office 365 is also connected to Azure AD in the back. So any applications that are tied to Azure AD, when you try to authenticate, is going to prompt you for the multi-factor authentication. Okay, Developer Associate certification, you see, again, it's going to go into more depth. And then the Solution Architect, this one's actually 2 different exams. If you want to get into that, it's going to go a lot deeper into many of these topics. You need to pass 2 exams to obtain that certification. All right, so let's talk about Microsoft Learn. This is the last slide of this workshop. Because again, we cover a lot of things here, but it is good for you guys to continue working on this on your own. So let me walk you through Microsoft Learn. This is a great site to learn about any Microsoft technologies, not just Azure. And you can do it on your own. So let's go ahead and do that. I'm going to Google Microsoft Learn, or you can Bing it, whatever you want. And then if you go into Microsoft Learn, then you'll see it's going to take you to this page right here. And everything is free. All of this is free. So this, for example, if we go into certifications, we're going to explore certifications. And we see all these different certifications. Let's see if we can find the fundamentals certification here. There you go. Microsoft Certified Azure Fundamentals. If we click in that, then it's going to give you, what we talked about earlier, the skills measured, all of that stuff. And then it gives you 2 ways to prepare. Online, which is free, or instructor-led, which somebody comes into your office and delivers basically what we just did today with that.
What they just
Right. Yeah, pretty much. So you go.
Is there a big difference between that and this?
There shouldn't be. I mean, we try to do the labs, which is, it does take some time to do the labs. Most AC 900s training is just the concepts, not even the labs. Labs are more relevant in the Azure Admin or Solution Architect certification. But
But if we're paying for the training, then we do all the labs.
no, that's what I'm saying. If you pay for the training, they're just gonna come and do those lights. The reason why I can't share those lights is because they are managed by these guys and it's part of the that training.
The labs are here.
They don't do it during the training. It's for the students to do on their own later.
I got you.
So we like to do them with you guys to make it a little bit interactive. I think it would be too boring to just do slides the whole day. Better to do some labs and things like that. But yeah. But anyway, so if you go online, you see that you can go to this learning path. So you have multiple learning paths, parts. So let's go to this learning path, Azure Fundamentals, part 1. Describe core Azure concepts. So if I click here, then it's gonna take you to this page. And then again, all of this is free. So you can go over all these concepts. You describe core Azure concepts. So you can see what modules are in this learning path. Intro to Azure Fundamentals, Module 1 is gonna talk about what is cloud computing, what is Azure, the things that we talked about this morning, right? Discuss Azure fundamental concepts. So those, for example, different types of cloud models. We talk about this, cloud benefits, right? Different cloud services. So all these different things we talked about today, okay? So those learning paths is pretty much, it could be, you can use them as a review of what we discussed today. It actually has, you get points and everything, as you can sign in with your Microsoft account, you get points, so and as you gain points, it unlocks different things, so it's pretty cool. And it's free, so you guys can go do a review, and not only for the AC900, but any certification. If you're interested into the Solution Architect certification, go back here. Let's find a different certification. Certifications. For example, architects. Then there you go. So there's two exams, as I said, 303 and 304. So you go to 303. And then if you go down here to ways to prepare, there you go. So now you gotta learn about architect network infrastructure, architect storage infrastructure, and all of these are free modules in Microsoft Learn that you can come here, learn. They have built-in labs, by the way, and they provision an environment and everything where you can try it out and play, and you don't have to pay for that. So you have built-in simulation labs that you can use. So explore computer services. Again, you guys get the idea. Any questions?
So like, since these free courses available, that information alone would be enough to get these certifications?
To get the AC900 certification, yes.
What about the advanced one?
The advanced, you gotta go through this.
For like each course alone?
Oh yeah, that would be allowed to get the certification. If you go through all the different modules, go through the labs that they have like some built-in labs and you can do them, you should be good to take the certification. And it's also good to have your own Azure account, play with it by yourself and understand those concepts, and you should be good. Okay, so let's let me get your email address so I can send you guys the voucher. So if you go to aka.ms/Boca voucher, then it's gonna take you to this form. It's a very simple form. I just need an email address. .ms/Boca voucher, and this is not working.
Well, if they go to bocasigning.website
Oh, okay.
app,
Go to, and then you get me the emails. All right.
then share those.
Oh, you have those? Okay. So I think if you guys already did this, then you can send me the emails and I'll send you guys the vouchers, so you can take that certification. Any questions? Mm-hmm. Oh, the reserve instance? What are you talking? Mhm. Yeah, yeah, you can still scale it up. Yeah, you can. Right. So let's say you do reserve instances for 5 VM, but then Black Friday you need 3 more VMs. Then this one is a flat fee that you pay, but those 3 VMs extra, then you pay for those for that amount of time, and then once you're done with that event, shut them off, and that's it. That's how it works. All right, guys. Any other questions? If not, I'll see you guys at the brewery to get a good beer.
So, should I email the list
Yeah, just
to you, or
send
to Umar, or to Dario?
to me. Send it to me, and then I'll take care of that. Any other questions from people online, Todd?
Any last questions before we go?
Nope.
Nope.
All right. Thank you everybody for joining. Have an amazing weekend.